right away what I am. Am I giving off some kind of signal? What can I do to change so that this will never happen again? Deep down inside of me, I already know that there is nothing to be done. This is how I am, and I can't change it. To be honest, what I really want is for Reed to hold my hand and talk to me in his angelic language, so that the fear that threatens to overwhelm me doesn't break me down any further. But Reed won't talk to me in any language, so I have to keep pretending I am okay. Russell can't be any more attentive than he already is. His worry for me is palpable, and he finds reasons to be by my last class each day, so he can walk me to my dorm. He is also concerned every time he has to go out of town to an away game. He must have coordinated something with Freddie, because whenever he has to leave, Freddie is around to watch me, like a babysitter. I know that I should do something to make Russell and Freddie leave me alone, because my nightmare is becoming more and more acute by the day. I try to explain to Russell that it is not safe for him to be around me, but he wants details and information I can't give him. He is determined to help me, even when I know he can't. I notice Russell studying me when he thinks I'm not aware of what he's doing. It's almost laughable, since I'm becoming more and more aware of my surroundings by the day. Everything around me has a new clarity. Things are becoming crisper and more in focus. Other differences are becoming apparent as well, especially in the cognitive realm. I don't have to concentrate as hard in class to understand the information being taught. I can just listen with half an ear to get it. Not only that, I can recall information verbatim if I'm asked about it later. This makes my midterm exams almost enjoyable, if I can enjoy anything anymore. Without my schoolwork to focus on, I have too much time to obsess about my other problems. I often pace around my room, restless for something to concentrate my energy on, so my mind won't torture me with what-if scenarios. This is what I am doing before I realize I am down the hall, pounding on Buns and Brownie's door. "Sweetie, what's wrong?" Buns asks when she comes to the door. "It's on," I say flatly. "We go Wednesday." "Sweetie, are you sure?" she asks excitedly, not having to ask me what it is. She knows instinctually that I am talking about the composite theft and kicking off our own version of war with the Delts. "Yeah, I'm sure. Can you be ready?" I ask her as Brownie comes to the door. "Oh, we're ready, sweetie. Brownie, it's on," Buns says eagerly to Brownie. "Yes!" Brownie grins as she grabs Buns' hands, and they scream and jump up and down like banshees at a bonfire. "I have an idea for how we can end the war," I say. "You know that the Delts are having a costume party this weekend?" "Yeah, we were trying to decide what we're going to wear to it," Brownie says. "I'm all over it. Leave it to me," I say. We throw ourselves into the planning of the war. Every moment not spent in class we devote to preparation for Wednesday. I am grateful for any distraction that keeps me from thinking of Reed. Wednesday evening comes quickly, and we are ready. The black outfits that Buns had shipped to her are professional in every way. Buns drives us to the drop-off point a block away from the Delt house. "Okay, Buns, we'll meet you over by the McIntyre dorm. If we have to split up, Brownie will make it to McIntyre, and I'll go to the clock tower at Central Hall," I say, reviewing the plan. "You ready, Brownie?" I ask. She looks more like an international assassin than a college sophomore. "Let's go. Stay frosty," Brownie says, getting out of the car and carrying the nylon-covered portfolio tube with all of the equipment in it for the job. Keeping to the shadows, we run to the Delt house. We crouch behind the evergreen bushes beneath the window to the billiard room and set to work removing the screen. Earlier today, Buns had visited JT and had unlocked the window for us. Peeking quickly inside, I hear the meeting going on in the basement, as if I am outside the basement door with my ear pressed to it. Cupping my hands together like a step, I hoist Brownie through the window. I hand her the cylindrical portfolio case before she reaches down to help me in. Extracting the mini flashlight from the bag, along with the battery-powered screwdriver, Brownie holds the light while I extract the composite from its frame. Reaching into the portfolio, I take out the replacement poster we brought with us. We put it in the frame and hang it back on the wall. Taking out the post-it notes with the rating of each of the Delts, we place them on the composite. Brownie uses the camera to take several digital pictures of the composite with the ratings on it. Putting the camera back in the portfolio, I extract another poster. It is one of their clues to solve where we will stash the composite. I tiptoe down the hall to the storage closet I'd used to hide from Russell a few weeks ago. After I step inside, I close the door behind me. I hang the poster on the back wall using double-stick tape. When I am finishing up, a gavel bangs in the basement, indicating that their meeting is adjourned. Uh-oh, I think. I open the door of the closet and hurry down the hall. Hey! An angry male voice shouts from the basement stairway. Opening the billiards room door, I slam it behind me and say, "Time to go!" Brownie is already waiting for me by the window. She jumps out, and I use the strap on the portfolio tube to secure it to my back before jumping from the window too. "Split up. I'll go central, you go Mac," I whisper, and Brownie nods. We both take off running in opposite directions. The billiard room is filling up with angry delts, and I can hear them reacting to the poster we'd left them in the composite frame. It is one of those yellow dot smiley faces with a caption that reads, "Have a nice day," except our smiley face is flipping them off. Running through the dark night, I can't contain the giggles coming from deep within me. My gloating doesn't last long, however, as I become aware of the pursuit being mounted behind me. A couple of the cars in the Delt parking lot are firing up with doors slamming and wheels peeling out. My escape route to Central Hall is next to the road, perfect for a car to follow. I am rapidly coming to the conclusion that I won't be able to make it there on foot before the cars catch up to me. I either need to hide until they pass me or to find a shortcut. Frantically, I scan the houses for a potential hiding place. Looking anxiously over my shoulder, a car containing fraternity men drives slowly toward me. Flashlights throw tunnels of light out of both sides of the car, illuminating the bushes and hedges that line the houses on either side of the street. They are stalking the area carefully so that they don't miss me. "There she is!" someone yells from the car behind me. Fear thunders through me with every rapid pulse of my heart. Taking several more strides with my head down, a few moments pass before I realize that something is different. I feel as light as air, like gravity can no longer exert its force on me as strongly as it had only seconds ago. My strides are longer, exponentially longer, and my feet move so rapidly that they blur. My bones feel like they are less dense, too. It is as if the bars on the cage of this body that I've known all of my life are somehow being shed, and I can step through them, free. With a gasp of air, I look up. The scenery around me moves so fast that I panic, coming to an immediate stop in my tracks. Panting, not from exertion, but rather from alarm at the power that has unleashed inside of me, I exhale slowly to calm myself. My entire body quivers with kinetic energy, and I am having difficulty harnessing the power that wants to surge me forward. The pool of headlights behind me creeps nearer. Trying to control the outpouring of power propelling me forward, I attempt to maintain a slower, more human pace, but within seconds, I am accumulating more and more speed. The scenery in my peripheral vision whirls by me at tremendous velocity, while my frontal vision picks up every object and detail in front of me, assessing it at the same time. I run another city block in what seems like a few steps. I know where every parked car is, every street sign, every uneven crack in the sidewalk, and I can navigate them as if they don't exist. My vision is absolutely clear. Pristine is a better word for it, since now I can see almost as well as I could during the day, just without the ability to see color differential. I have night vision, I think, gasping and gazing up at the night sky. The stars look so close, and everything is shimmering in the non-light, like I am seeing some kind of heat signature given off by the objects in my field of vision. Looking back at the car behind me again, I see the expression on the faces of the angry Delts. They are keyed up because they had caught a glimpse of me ahead of them seconds ago, and now I am no longer in the range of their headlights. They continue to speed up, looking for me again. A slow smile touches my lips while my body moves forward at excessive speed. It is becoming clearer to me with every step that even the wind can't catch me. I can only imagine what the Delts think they see and how they rationalize the fact that I appear to dematerialize in front of their eyes. Laughing, I push myself faster as fear rapidly melts away. I want to know how far and fast I can drive myself, since I am not even breathing hard. I run through town just like a silent rocket on the salt flats. The sound of the wind whistling by me is enrapturing. I avoid everyone on the sidewalk by making wide, arcing paths around them, but I notice that I carry with me a tailwind that startles each in his turn when he is hit by it. I run out to the lake, and then I run around it, seeing all of the creatures that watch me pass them in the night. I want to go on forever. I want to just keep running and never look back. Remembering that Buns and Brownie will be looking for me at Central Hall, I reluctantly turn back toward campus. My trip to the lake had only taken me a little more than 10 minutes. I travel with equal speed all the way back, easily avoiding anything that nears my path. Arriving at the steps of Central Hall, I feel exultant. The old brick clock tower, covered in ivy several stories high, is almost as detailed to me now as it would be in daylight. Walking up the steps of the sweeping veranda, it doesn't feel like I am picking a good hiding spot, since I can see everything so clearly. We had specifically chosen this spot as an extraction point because the old building is so dark at night. I have to keep telling myself that no one else can see me because no one else has vision like mine. Sitting down on the veranda in the darkness, I peer out between the large white posts of the balustrade, feeling much like a cat must feel as it prowls in the dark of night. I watch for the golden goose to pull up in the parking lot so that I can go down and meet them. "What are you looking for?" a deep male voice asks right next to me. A gasp of fear tears from me while I turn toward the voice, seeing a young man next to me on the porch. I hadn't seen anyone sitting there a moment before, yet there he is now, grinning at me as if he too is surprised. "Oh my God," I say in fear, quickly scooting back away from him. There is something definitely not right about him. He is pale, and his clothing is different, as if he is in a period place set sometime in the 19th century. Standing up, I thrust both of my arms out in front of me to ward him off if he makes a move toward me. "You, stay there," I order, backing my way down the steps, intent on running the moment my feet hit the sidewalk. The man doesn't move, but he is watching me go, smiling all the while as if he has a private joke that amuses him. I don't have a chance to run because right when I reach the bottom step, I am locked in an embrace that holds me pinned immobile where I stand. "Having fun?" Reed asks in a tone that definitely lets me know that he is not having any. "Reed, you scared me. Don't do that," I say in anger, wanting to hit him for nearly making me jump out of my skin. "I thought you were with that guy over there," I say, and belatedly notice the butterflies taking flight in my stomach. "You can see Will?" he asks, tightening his grip on my arms. He sounds excited as he drops his frown for a moment. "Will? Of course I can see him. He was sitting right next to me. He was just sort of there when I looked next to me. He freaked me out," I say warily, before turning back to see what Will is up to on the porch. But he is gone. "He was just there. I saw him. He asked me what I was looking for," I tried to explain to Reed. "He has blonde hair, longer like a surfer, with these sideburns that look like mutton chops." "That is Will. He stays here," Reed says, nodding toward Central Hall, and there is a definite excitement in Reed's tone. My brow wrinkles. "What do you mean he stays here? Nobody stays here. It's an administration building," I reply in confusion. Reed lets his hands fall from me. "If you can see Will, that means your vision is improving," Reed says, acknowledging the recent evolution of my latent angelic nature. I rub my forehead. "What does my vision have to do with the guy on the porch?" I ask uncomfortably, and then I see headlights coming toward the parking lot of Central Hall. I duck down, pulling Reed by the shirt toward the bushes at the side of the building. He follows me, but he isn't attempting to hide or evade notice in any way. Reed's eyes narrow. "What are you doing out here, alone, at night, Evie?" Reed asks with definite irritation in his tone once more. My eyebrows shoot up. Nothing. It was a nice night, so I thought I'd go for a walk, I reply, adding a shrug to try to make my lie more convincing. You went for a walk at night, in a black outfit, with a case strapped to your back? Reed asks skeptically. You said you know the weird guy on the porch. Who is he? I ask, evading his question. I move nearer to the building when I see some more headlights driving by. Will is a soul, Reed says in the typical Reed fashion of using the least amount of words as possible. He is watching me and moving with me, frowning. You know something? You're stingy with words. You have to work on that because it's seriously starting to tick me off, I say rashly, trying to make sense of what he is saying. At the same time, I am trying not to be discovered by a car full of angry delts. Okay, let me spell it out for you then. Will is dead. Will died a long time ago. Will has no physical body. He is a spirit, Reed says with an edge of irritation. Will's a ghost? I ask, forgetting to hide now as I straighten up. I scan Reed's face for any sign that he could be teasing me. He looks completely serious, so I wonder if my life can get any creepier. Yes, he replies. I think they mostly prefer to be called souls, but ghost will do for now. Of course, let's be PC about it, I say as I shiver. What's he doing here? Reed turns toward the porch again and says, Will is a little angry with God for having survived the war, only to come home and die of cholera before his wedding. What war? I ask, trying to see if I can glimpse Will lurking in one of the windows of Central Hall. The Civil War, Reed replies. Sure. The Civil War. What was I thinking? I stammer sarcastically, trying not to go into shock over the discovery of a dark side to my newest ability. Well, it sounds perfectly reasonable to me. I'd be a little annoyed too if I were Will. So you're saying Will can't get into heaven because he's angry at God? I ask, feeling that it is a harsh judgment. No, Will is welcome whenever he chooses to go. He just has not chosen to do so, Reed says calmly, as if I am a petulant child. Oh, so he's being stubborn? I ask for clarification, feeling a little guilty for jumping to the wrong conclusion. That seems to be the human condition around here, Reed replies. Am I going to see more ghosts? I mean, souls, like Will, from now on? I ask him, hoping he will reply in the negative. Yes, he replies. My eyes narrow. And you didn't think this was information that I would need prior to stumbling across one? I ask angrily. Evie, they are just like most humans, Reed tries to explain, but I cut off his argument. No, Reed, they aren't like most humans. Most humans I know aren't dead. They have pulses, Reed. They breathe, and other humans can see them. I fire back at him. I didn't come here tonight to debate souls with you, he says with a sigh, turning aside my argument. Just why are you here then? I wonder, instantly dropping all of my anger as it sinks in that this is the first time I've been able to have a conversation with Reed since formal, and I am wasting it. I was checking on you. You sounded different tonight, he says in a gentle tone, and I watch him as he puts his hand to his forehead, rubbing it. I did? You were, what, listening to my heart again? I ask, and smile when I see him frown. You were really afraid at one point, and then you... What did I do? I ask quietly, watching his face for clues. Your heart started... singing, he says as his eyes soften. Oh? Oh! Reed, you have to see this. Here, I say, pulling him back behind Central Hall. Stand right here. Don't move. I turn away from him to adopt a runner's starting mark stance. Watch this, I call over my shoulder. Then I shoot up out of the crouch as fast as a splash of yellow lightning sprawls across the darkened sky. I run by the library and then turn and run back, feeling the rush of wind streaming through my hair as the scenery rolls by me at excessive speed. The entire circuit takes me only a few seconds. Approaching Reed, I slow down as I leap at him, hoping he will catch me. When he does, I wrap my arms around his neck and say, "What do you think of that?" "There aren't words in your language," he says softly, and then he kisses me with all of the intensity and passion that I have craved for the past weeks. My entire body melts against his as I kiss him back. His grip on me is fierce, as if he has lost control, so I press my advantage. "I've missed you so much, Reed," I whisper against his lips. "I won't give you up. I can't." "It doesn't work that way," Reed says, turning his head as I begin kissing his neck. "Sometimes we do not get what we want, what we long for. Sometimes we are asked to sacrifice what we want," Reed says sadly, holding me tightly in his arms. I stop kissing him. Straightening, I search his stormy green eyes again. "But that's cruel," I murmur warily. Reed laughs mirthlessly. "Ask Will if he thought that dying right before his wedding was cruel, and then ask him how much he enjoyed watching his love marry his best friend. Maybe then you will begin to understand that what I am saying is relevant," he explains, setting me back on my feet in front of him. My eyes plead with his as I say, "You are wrong, and I will prove it to you, no matter how hard it is. You are meant for me." "No one wants to be proven wrong more than I do," Reed says tiredly. "Everything about you calls to me. Your skin begs me to touch it, and when I do, it burns me like a drug, and I want more. You are like a cut that never heals. I just keep bleeding," Reed says while he disengages from my embrace. He nudges me gently toward the front of the building. "You had better hurry. Your friends are waiting for you in the parking lot, and I can hear Remy's car, filled with angry frat boys, coming down the street." "I don't care about that," I say, but Reed interrupts me. "I have to go, Evie. I should not have come here tonight. I could not stay away when I heard your heart," he says, and turning away from me, he is gone in an instant. "Reed!" I yell, but he doesn't come back. "You love me." Buns and Brownie are in the parking lot when I pull myself together enough to make it to the car. Jumping in the back seat, I mutter, "Remy's on his way. We'd better go." I change back into normal clothing as Buns speeds away unseen. We go to the library as planned, emailing the ransom photos to the Delt House webmaster under a contrived username. We go back to our dormitory and I say goodnight to the girls. I stay awake a while, trying to figure out a way to disprove a negative. How am I going to get Reed to see that Russell and I are impossible, but only he and I are right for each other?
"What a bunch of whiny little mama's boys,"
Brownie rants when we all meet up in her room after classes the next day.
"I honestly didn't think they'd get the administration involved with this, since this is what they do to us every stinking year."
"Sweetie, I told you we shouldn't have given Remy a 4. He's the president, and we totally owned him," Bun says, thoroughly enjoying every second of this. She and Brownie had been hauled in for questioning by the Dean of Men because the Delts had reported the theft of the composite and named them as suspects. Buns goes over every nuance of the interview with Dean Andrews in minute detail. He couldn't make them confess to anything, so he had to let them off with a warning. "Anyway, it's nearly time for karmic retribution. Our whole house is ready," Buns announces to Brownie and me.
"All right, mount up. We're moving out,"
Brownie says as she tightens the thigh holster of her automatic paintball gun. The fitted camouflage cargo pants and t-shirts we purchased for the occasion look excellent on her. She hands me the yellow-tinted shooting glasses that complete my equipment. I check the safety on my paintball gun as we head out to the Golden Goose and drive out to Arden Lake. When we arrive, I see that trenches are already dug on the sandy beach with ammunition set up at intervals along them. Buns and Brownie give a rousing speech about payback for the rating system, which gets the girls fired up. I make sure that my backpack is well stocked with paintball ammo and get into position in the trench between Buns and Brownie. The Delts prove to be wily adversaries, we realize, as we watch several carloads of young men arrive at the beach. They recruited just about every freshman boy they could find to aid them in their war against us. They are uncharitable about it as well, using the freshmen as infantry soldiers, throwing them at us first to deplete our ammunition before they engage in the fight. "Cowards!" Brownie taunts them, picking off several freshmen in front of her. "We have to move out of the trenches or all we'll hit are the freshmen," she yells to Buns and me, then turns to the other girls and gives the order to storm the beach. Moving out of the trenches and up the beach toward the Delt, it is apparent they have come prepared with their own paintball guns in tow. The beach rapidly becomes mayhem. My improved vision gives me a huge advantage over everyone else. I am able to put a paint slug anywhere I want to on any opponent. I managed to hit Remy several times in the chest and a couple of times in the trigger hand, making him drop his weapon and run back toward the parking lot for cover. Unfortunately, I also see who picks up Remy's weapon. Russell trains the gun on me, and with an evil grin on his face, his first round of bullets rain on me like rice at a wedding. I manage to get off a couple shots before I have to retreat. My gun needs to be reloaded, but there is no way I am going to be given the opportunity to do so, because with Russell's long strides, he will be on me in a matter of seconds. If only I could use my speed to evade him, but I can't expose myself, so I am doomed. I almost make it off the beach to a secluded picnic area before I am tackled from behind, dropping to a soft landing in the sand. It doesn't hurt, and I lie there laughing as Russell's arms loosen their grip from around my legs. Rolling me over onto my back, he takes my gun from me, tossing it away into the sand. A triumphant look crosses his face as he gazes down at me, covered as I am in blotches of paint from head to toe. "Surrender," he says in a deep southern drawl. "Never!" I giggle at him, wondering who has brought him here. "Ah, so it's to be torture, is it?" he asks as he tickles me without leniency. "Mercy," I say, laughing. "Anything, just stop." "Anything? Well now, Red, you asked for it." And before I can object, Russell bends down, pressing his lips to mine in a deep, heated kiss that takes me off guard in its intensity. For a few moments, I respond to the heat of his kiss, because it is like being home, safe. It feels as if I have been kissing him all my life, even though this is the first time. But it is more than that. It is like I have loved him all my life, or much, much longer. Even as my soul soars high, urging me to continue the kiss, the angel part of me is livid and is now actively trying to push Russell away from me. That part of me will never be satisfied with anything but Reed, no matter how he feels about me. The intense heat and physical upheaval that hits me every time I am near Reed is not there with Russell. I don't know if it is angel versus human attraction, or if it is just a primal thing I have for Reed, but I crave it, and I want nothing less than all of it. Russell draws back at my insistence, looking down on me with smoldering eyes because he had felt my initial response to his kiss. "So there's hope after all, Red," Russell says, almost to himself as he sits down next to me in the sand. "I knew you loved me." "Russell, I can't," I say, rising to my elbows. He interrupts me, saying in a serious tone, "You know, I've thought a lot about the first night we were here at the lake together." He is not looking at me, but out at the tranquil water. "I always wonder what would have happened if I'd kissed you then, before Reed had shown up. If I'd kissed you, would you have been less wrapped up in him?" he asks me rhetorically, while pulling his hand through his tawny hair. Then he looks at me with his warm brown eyes and continues, "I know you don't know, but it's just one thing about all of this that tortures me." "I'm sorry, Russell," I say, wanting to cry. "Shh," he says, picking up my hand and kissing the top of it. "Come on, don't let me ruin your perfectly good war that you all work so hard on." He smiles. He pulls me up and dusts the sand off of me like I'm a child. "Red, you're a pretty good shot. I thought you had me until you ran out of ammo." "Thanks," I whisper, still choking on the guilt that hits me twofold now. I feel guilty for betraying Reed and guilty for hurting Russell again. Does this never end? Retrieving my gun from where Russell had thrown it, I walk with my head down, so I won't have to look Russell in the eyes. When we get back to the main part of the beach, the war is all but over. Buns and Brownie are negotiating terms with Remy and a few other Delt officers. It is agreed that the Delts will get the last clue to the composite's whereabouts tomorrow at their costume party. Russell squeezes my hand as we near the girls. I have to find Mason and get a ride back to the dorms with him. I'll see you tomorrow at breakfast, okay? He adds with concern clouding his eyes. I nod my head, trying to smile at him, but it falls short. Don't worry, Red. Everything will work out. Trust me, he whispers in my ear. His cheek brushes mine when he draws back to smile at me sweetly before jogging away with an easy grace to catch up with Mason. Buns, Brownie, and I are walking back to the Golden Goose when JT pulls up next to us in a black Range Rover. Hey, Buns, JT yells as he stands up through the sunroof of the vehicle. We stop and stare at JT, or what we can see of him with all of the windows blacked out like a diplomatic vehicle. Hearing him is certainly a problem too, since the car's stereo vibrates the pavement beneath our feet, drowning out everything else. JT pops his head back into the car, turning the stereo down so that it is no longer subwoofing. Want to go for a ride, ladies? JT asks when he comes back up. Pete and I are going to go to the 7-Eleven, get Slurpees, drive around, play some insane music, JT says. The passenger side window of the SUV rolls down, and Pete becomes visible in the driver's seat. That could be gnar. What do you think? Buns asks us enthusiastically. Sure, why not? Brownie shrugs, engaging the safety to her gun, and then all eyes are on me. I am about to decline and tell them that I would see them later. Reed had made me promise not to go to the 7-Eleven without him. Reed, I think, and feel paralyzed. Intense pain that I have been keeping at bay rushes through me like a bitter poison. Then, the memory of Russell's kiss assails my senses. A deep, scalding pain pierces my heart as the angel and the soul that make up who I am tear at each other like vicious enemies. I just want it to end. I want the pain to stop, I think miserably. I am so tired, not in a physical way, but weary in a way that no amount of sleep or rest will help. Suddenly, I am in a rush to get to the 7-Eleven. I want to hasten my fate, not to run from it. I want it to be over. Let's go, I say, opening the back door of the SUV and climbing in. All right, JT says from the passenger seat as I slip over to the opposite door, allowing room for Brownie and Buns. Pete turns the stereo back up, but not as loud as before, and we head off. Rolling my window down, I close my eyes, feeling the wind blowing on my face. Whatever is going to happen, it seems preferable to the constant ache in my chest. When we arrive at the 7-Eleven, I am the first one out of the car. Instrumental music plays softly as I move past the cash register and the clerk with the red smock uniform. I turn down the back aisle of the store, walking swiftly to the light that had given me the smackdown, and I position myself directly beneath it. I stand there, waiting for something to happen. Anything, because I just want this to be done. The light flickers once. Adrenaline flashes into my system, causing my heart to race as I flinch a little, anticipating the deafening blast of sound that is the prelude to the insanity. Seconds tick by, but nothing happens. I gaze up at the light, trying to stare it down and bend it to my will for once. Hey, sweetie, do you want a cherry or a blue raspberry? Buns calls to me from the Slurpee machine in the front of the store. Crushing disappointment hits me then. Nothing is happening. What do I want to happen? I think, looking down at the floor. The color drains from my face when I think about what I am doing here. Do I really want my premonition to happen? That would mean carnage and destruction for everyone in the store. I assess and panic, looking from Buns to Brownie. Intending to get my friends out of here immediately, I take a step forward, but a flash of red stops me. A teardrop of crimson stains the tile at my feet before a few more drips falling from above splatter onto the floor. Blood? I wonder in confusion. As I freeze in indecision, something shiny drops from the light above to the floor. Going down on one knee, I pick it up from the ground. My hand shakes as I quickly turn the blood-smeared silvery pendants over in my hand. The circular pendant makes a soft sound as it rubs against the metal of the infinity symbol. Russell's necklace. My mind races. I clutch the worn leather strap tightly in my palm. It came through the light. With blood. Suddenly, I am moving to the front of the store. I have to get my friends out of here. I'll take a cherry, Buns, I say, moving to her side and helping her put the arching plastic lid on the cup. I pull her along by the elbow, feeling relief that Pete, JT, and Brownie are already cashed out. It takes longer than I think it should for the cashier to make change for the 10 I hand her for the Slurpees. Sweetie, what's wrong? Buns asks me. You're sweating, she observes as we leave the convenience store and get into the Range Rover. I'm not feeling very well, I murmur. Can you guys drop me off at our dorm? I ask, wiping the sweat off my brow with the back of my hand. Sure, Evie. We have to get the car back anyway, JT replies and turns the stereo way up. When I get back to the dorm, I say goodnight to Brownie and Buns, then head to my room. The second that I am in, I am on the phone dialing Russell's number. My hand is shaking so badly I can hardly hold the phone to my ear. Russell answers on the second ring. Hello, darling, he says with a slow, sexy drawl. Russell, I say breathlessly, as relief floods through my entire body. Sinking to my knees on the floor, I want to ask him if he is okay, but that would make me sound like a psycho. So instead, I say in a tight voice, hi, Russell. I was wondering, did you lose your necklace? Wow, yeah, I just noticed a few minutes ago that it was missing. Did you find it? He asks me excitedly. I close my eyes as I think. You could say I found it, or you could say something gave it to me. Yeah, I found it, I murmur in a strained tone. Russell sounds puzzled as he asks, Was it at the lake? Uh-huh. I've got to go, Russell. I'll bring it with me to breakfast tomorrow, I answer him quickly. I don't know what to tell him or what not to tell him, but it is clear now that Russell is in this, no matter how much I wish it otherwise. I need to protect him, but I don't know how to do that, I think, feeling utterly helpless. The only thing I am sure of is that I've been completely naive, thinking that I'm going to be able to save Russell from this. Sure, Red. Are you okay? I mean, about the lake and the kiss? He asks with concern in his voice. I didn't mean to push you. It's just that you look so happy in that moment and... I'm okay, Russell, I reply in a gentle tone. Don't worry about it. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Red, he says, and there is something in his tone that is like a caress. It makes my breath catch. I end the call and sit on the floor, clutching Russell's necklace in my fist. Finally, I rise, gather my toiletries, and I walk down the hall to shower. Standing under the raining water, I let it beat on me as I cry silently. He's okay, he's okay, he's okay. I think like a mantra, trying to get the blackness of dread to leave my soul. I clean all of the blood off the necklace so that I won't have to explain it when I give it back. Returning to my room, I towel dry my hair and brush it out. I slip into a white t-shirt and some underwear. I am so keyed up that I need to find something to distract me from the horrible thoughts going on in my mind. I sit down at my computer and type an email to Uncle Jim. Nearly finished with my correspondence, filled with disgustingly happy lies, I pause, feeling the first stirrings of butterflies in my stomach. My heart skips a beat, like it always does when I feel Reed nearby. Then my heart sinks again, because I know from the last weeks it won't matter if he is near. He won't unbend at all with me. So, when the fluttering grows in intensity with each passing moment, it becomes harder to concentrate on what I am doing. I click the mouse to send my email just seconds before my windows open behind me. Not turning around, I try to remain calm as anxiety gnaws at me. Why is he here? I wonder to myself. Don't get your hopes up. He's not here because he wants to be, I tell myself as my stomach twists painfully. Genevieve, we have to talk. Now, Reed barks from the fire escape. I jump in my seat. Meet me in the parking lot, he growls. I will be in my Range Rover. No, I say, getting up from my chair and walking to the windows. Good night, Reed, I say, closing them firmly. I see the look on his face. He is stunned. I glance down at myself, realizing I am only wearing my t-shirt and underwear. I don't care. This is my room, I think, turning away from the window. The windows open again, and before I can turn around, Reed is in my room. We will talk about this, he says in a low tone from just inside my window. With his arms crossed over his bare chest and his arching charcoal-colored wings exposed, he is every inch an avenging angel. He is also the most undeniably striking creature I've ever seen. My hands ball into fists, and I grit my teeth so that I won't just cave in to his every whim. If he can be stupid and unreasonable, then so can I. There is nothing to talk about, Reed, I reply, feeling raw and trapped. I'm going to lose everything. I lost Reed, and now I'm poised to lose Russell, too, because I don't know how to save him. Reed's eyes narrow in a predatory way. We could discuss your trip to the 7-Eleven tonight, he shoots back. We could, but there is really nothing to tell, I lie, raising my chin a notch, but since I am a lousy liar, he must have read it on my face. His wings twitch, and his eyes scan me like he is reassuring himself that I haven't been physically hurt. I'm fine, Reed, I sigh. Reed's jaw is taut as he says, Tell me what happened now, before I lose it. My eyes widen. Are you okay? I ask him, because I've never seen him this upset. His wings twitch again. No, I'm not okay. Deciding that I have to tell him before he explodes, I outline the whole story. When I show him Russell's pendant, his I need to smash something face appears. His lips harden in a grim line. You are not to go there again, he says in a stern tone with a note of finality. My eyes soften as I ask, Do you honestly believe that will be an option for me? I'm smart enough to know that I have an appointment there, whether I'm willing or not. I'm also smart enough to know that whatever is warning me about what is coming wants me to be prepared for it, like there is an opportunity to change the outcome. Evie, you cannot go to the 7-Eleven ever again, Reed says, but this time he uses his persuasive voice, and it slithers and echoes in my ears like an annoying itch that I can't scratch. I take a step back from Reed, frowning at him because he knows his voice doesn't work on me. Reed, I say, holding my ears, trying to get the ringing to stop. We will go away, Evie. Just you and me. We can go anywhere you want to, Reed says, but he doesn't use his annoying voice this time. He uses his sexy voice, which is way more compelling. I have a few houses in Europe and some in Asia. Or we could go to South America. We can leave tonight, he says urgently. Reed! I stutter as he moves around like someone on time-lapse film, packing my clothes into a bag he must have gotten from my closet. Picking up the necklace that is lying on the table next to my bed, I sit down, looking at it. If I leave, Russell doesn't have a chance. My shoulders round as I murmur, I can't go with you. Reed scans my room, saying distractedly, Yes, you can. Do you have a passport? It doesn't matter. We can stay in my home in Vermont until we can get you one, if we need to. Reed, I say, willing him to look at me. Evie, he says, and then he is right in front of me, kneeling so that he can see into my eyes. I cannot let you go. I thought I could, but I cannot. I thought I could just wait it out. Russell cannot live forever, and when he is gone, you would be mine. I mean, how long can he possibly survive? Another 80 years? I could wait. It would be excruciating, but I will wait for you, if I have to. But now, I could lose you. Smoothing his hair back from his brow, I look into his eyes and say, "It will be all right. We'll have all the time we want after—" I don't get a chance to finish, because he is up, rushing around again. "No, we go tonight," he says as he continues to pack my things. "This decision will haunt me for the rest of my life, and since that will be an eternity," I say, trying to reason with him. I go to his side, seeing him put my toothbrush in the bag. "I can make you go. Then it won't be your decision, but mine," he says, scanning the room for anything he might have missed. I can't. Please, Reed. Please." I get in front of him and put one arm around his neck and one on his face, trying to get him to look at me again. "We are leaving," he says again, but when his eyes meet mine, I shake my head sadly. All of a sudden, I am in his arms. "You don't know what you are asking me to do," he says, speaking into the small space between my hair and my neck. "I'm asking you to help me save Russell," I reply, resting my head on his shoulder as I dreamed of doing for weeks. But it is bittersweet. I can't help feeling happy to have him in my arms again, but the circumstances of his surrender taint it. "No, that is not what you are asking me. You are asking me to risk your life in order to save his. That is much different," he explains. "It's what I'm being asked to do," I say quietly. I think that this is undoubtedly about Russell. About saving Russell. He's my soulmate. I owe him this. "Evie, if something happens to you because of him, I'm not sure I will be able to stop myself from killing him," he says fiercely. "Shh, Reed, it's going to be okay," I say, smoothing his hair back gently with my hand. "Can I tell him? You know, about what I saw before and his necklace?" Reed is quiet for a while, and I am aware that he is struggling with what to tell me. Finally, he lets out a long breath and speaks slowly. "I think that, if you tell him what will happen, it would be like making it preordained, with a fixed outcome. There may be no way to change it if he were to know prior to the event." "So you're saying that, if I tell him anything, I could be sealing his fate?" I ask him, shuddering as I think that I could have easily told Russell this evening. "Yes," he says reluctantly, as if he much prefers that outcome. I hug him tighter when I catch a glimpse of Reed's side of this. If Russell doesn't survive, then there would be no question of who I am supposed to be with, since Reed would be the only one left to claim me. By helping me, he is risking losing me to Russell. "Why are you helping me save Russell?" I ask him. "I don't know what losing him will do to your soul. It seemed pretty happy when he kissed you tonight," he replies casually, but he presses his body closer to mine possessively. I flush with embarrassment and regret as I close my eyes and bury my face in his chest. "I'm very sorry," I choke. "I didn't intend for that to happen. Please believe me when I say that it's you that I want." Reed's voice is tender when he breathes. "I know. I watched you push him away and deny what your soul wanted. Why did you do that?" he asks. "Because he can't kill the pain of not having you," I say bluntly, bringing my hands down to his chest. "Why aren't you shouting at me?" I ask shamefacedly. Reed's cheek softly brushes against mine as his shoulders round toward me protectively. "Because I realized how much you must want me if you could resist that kind of pull from your soul. It is humbling, the way you are determined not to give me up. You are so obstinate, Genevieve. What am I going to do with you?" he asks, resting his forehead against mine. "Not obstinate, but you're right. I'm determined," I reply. "And what is it that you would like to do with me?" I ask him, smiling devilishly into his green eyes, hoping that he would forgive me for the kiss on the beach. Reed's eyes darken. I want to get you out of here. Go, and never look back. He states plainly, and I can tell he hasn't quite given up on that plan. We can go wherever you want as soon as Russell's out of danger. I promise. It will be just you and me, I reply anxiously. Reed's arms tighten around me, and his tone is just as firm as he says, No matter what, you cannot go into the 7-Eleven without me again. Ever. Do you understand? He asks me in no uncertain terms. I understand. I agree immediately. I don't know what to do anymore. You have me so wrapped around your finger I can hardly trust any of my decisions, he says while he brushes my hair back from my face. You could stay the night. I don't want you to go, I reply, searching his eyes. I want to make sure that he isn't going to go away again and have time to think about giving me up. As if reading my thoughts, he smiles and shakes his head, saying, Don't worry. I plan to be so close from now on, you may have to reevaluate what it is you want. A sanguine smile plays upon my lips. Reed, there is nothing that I want more than to always have you with me, I reply. But I soon find out that it takes strength and control in order to do nothing more than sleep next to Reed in my bed. I understand now what Russell had said about getting a tour of the nicest parts of hell. I think that Reed is affected as well by our close proximity, judging by the heavy sighs coming from him as I lay my head on his chest, listening to the powerful drumming of his heart. At one point, I ask Reed, Do you even need to sleep? Yes, I sleep, he replies, stroking my hair, and I hear the smile in his voice. But I don't require as much as a human does. I only sleep a couple of hours a night. Oh, that must come in handy at tax time, when you have to account for all of your wealth, I say, and I am gratified to hear him laugh. I wonder if I'll sleep less later. I don't know. I hope not, he says seriously, which takes me aback. Why? I ask. Because this is nice, he says, and his voice is so sexy, it makes me feel languid as I snuggle against him. Why did God bother with humans when he already had such perfect creatures like you? I ask him offhandedly, because I'm struggling with what he can possibly see in me. Angels are not perfect, Evie. I have been among humans for a long time, and I am only now beginning to understand what it is about them that is so compelling. Humans are so frail, and yet they cling to life and to each other as if there is nothing else left for them. I used to be baffled by it, since I have lived in paradise, and I know what awaits them. But now, I am beginning to see what it is to need someone else so much you would do anything just to be near her, to touch her, to love her, he says, stroking my hair in a hypnotic way. What about half-breeds? I whisper. And I smile as he says, Oh, especially half-breeds. I am extremely partial to half-breeds. Chapter 18. Birthday Wishes. Hi, I whisper, smiling sleepily at Reed as I lift my head from his chest. Gazing at him, it's amazing to me that he doesn't look like he has been in my bed all night. He looks perfect. Reed smiles. Good morning. This is way too perfect to be my life, I murmur, putting my head back down and snuggling tighter to Reed's side. He laughs a little while he strokes my hair. This is better. I like holding you while you were sleeping much more than... My brow wrinkles. What? I ask in confusion. Rising on my elbow, I catch his guilty expression. Much more than what? Reed sighs. Much more than sitting out on your fire escape, Reed replies with reluctance. My eyes widen. You sit outside my window? I ask. He nods slowly. Why? When you have nightmares, I sit on the escape, and your heart doesn't race as fast, he says, watching me for my reaction. Reed, I have nightmares every night, I murmur. Reed frowns. I know, he replies. You sleep better the nearer I am to you. Maybe it's because of our attraction, the pull we have for one another, but I would probably do it anyway because I cannot seem to stay away from you for long. My eyebrows rise. You can't stay away from me? I ask him, not fully understanding what he's saying, because for the past several weeks he has done a pretty good job of staying away from me. Reed's lips flatten in a grim line. During the day I stay far enough away from you so that you don't know I'm there, but at night when you are asleep, I can get closer. He admits. I frown. Oh. I breathe, trailing off. Reed's eyebrow arches. Oh? He asks. You have been protecting me without my knowing it? I ask with my heart thumping harder. You have become my most important mission, Evie. Protecting you is all I want to do. Everything else is minor in comparison, he murmurs, like a confession. Okay, I breathe. Okay? He asks hopefully. You are okay with me protecting you? I have to let you protect me, Reed, I reply in confusion. Reed tries to suppress a frown. No, you said I couldn't be your bodyguard anymore. What about formal? I ask. You only asked me to chaperone you, he counters. I'd call what you did to Sebastian a little more than chaperoning, I reply with a shiver. So you've been watching me without me knowing you were there? I ask, not sure how I feel about that. Yes, I've been waiting far too long for someone like you to just let something harm you, he replies. Someone like me? I ask him as my heart beats furiously. A light that moves me. A hand I long to hold. Oh, I reply, feeling completely happy. Oh? He asks. So, you want your old job back? I ask him shyly. I never allowed you to fire me, he replies in a sexy smile. What are you doing today? Ugh, I have class. I can't blow it off either since I've done enough of that, I say. What about you? His eyes soften and become almost shiny. I have a surprise for you, but it's not ready yet, so you will have to wait until tonight, he says. You're planning to go to the costume party, right? He asks, already knowing my plans. My eyes narrow a little as I sigh. Yeah, I'm supposed to go with Brownie and Buns. We have to show the Delts their last clue to finding their composite. I will meet you at the party tonight, Reed states definitively. I won't see you until tonight? I ask him in disappointment. Reed's hand comes up to cup my cheek, and then he slowly brushes his lips against mine. When he pulls away to gaze into my eyes, he says, It will be worth it, I promise. You will like your surprise. He smiles. What is it? I ask him in a daze from his kiss. It's a surprise, remember? He asks in amusement. Okay. I smile too. But this better be good because I'm giving up a whole day with you. It will be worth it. I promise. He murmurs against my lips before kissing me gently again. Rising from my side, Reed asks me to go over my plans for the day again. He is coming across as a little nervous, like he is afraid I'm going to do something dangerous or reckless before he sees me again. I assure him that I am only planning on going to my classes and then to the costume party at the Delt House tonight. Leaning down, Reed kisses me goodbye. I will see you tonight, he says with a sexy smile. As he straightens, his dark wings unfold from his back, spreading out around him like a mantle. Tonight, I agree breathlessly, before Reed goes to the window and disappears from sight. I get ready for class quickly after that, putting on Russell's necklace so that I won't lose it. I head to Saga for breakfast and find Freddie at our table. His eyes are animated, so I quirk my brow, asking, What's up? Happy birthday, Evie, Freddie says, grinning at me. How does it feel to finally be considered an adult? You can vote now. He beams at me, taking a sip of his juice. Is today the 30th? October 30th? I ask incredulously. Uh-huh. You didn't know it was your birthday today? He frowns. I rub my forehead anxiously. It must have slipped my mind. How did you know it was my birthday? I eye him suspiciously. I can't ever remember telling him the date. Freddie sighs at me and says, Freshman directory, it was in your bio. Dude, I've never heard of anyone forgetting her own birthday before, especially a chick. You're really sketchy, Evie. My eyes roll playfully. Thanks, Freddie. You're so sweet to get me just what I always wanted for my birthday. Insults and a hard time, I reply. I was going to tell you how shady it is to be born on Devil's Night, but now that I've already given you enough grief, I'll just give you your present. So, here you go, Freddie says, placing a beautifully gift-wrapped box in front of me. My eyes widen. Freddie! You never cease to amaze me with your kindness, I say honestly, staring at the package. Why did you do this? Freddie's brow wrinkles. Because you're my friend. Open it, Evie, he says, smiling. I pull the ribbon and paper off to find a polished wooden box encrusted with dragonflies. Oh, Freddie, this is beautiful. Where did you get it? An antique store. This area is littered with them, but that's just the box, Evie. You have to open it, Freddie says excitedly, and I hardly know what to do because this gift looks terribly expensive. My eyes meet his blue ones as I say, Freddie, you didn't have to do this. He rolls his eyes. Would you just open it? I got a really good deal on it. I'm very practiced at negotiations, he says, winking at me. Okay, I reply before opening the box. Inside the box is a round silver compact with an etched dragonfly on the lid. 3 inset opals make up the torso of a dragonfly's body. The ornate wings of the insect are incised into the silver lid of the compact. Running my fingertips over its cold surface, I trace the delicately carved lines of the wings. Looking up, I smile at Freddie before opening the lid of the compact. Inside is a small mirror. Freddie, I breathe his name reverently. I've never had something so beautiful in my life. Thank you. I close it with a snap and run my fingers lightly over the silvery surface again, feeling the coolness of each opal beneath my fingertips. It is a shame if my gift really is the prettiest that you have ever received, Freddie says to himself, but since I have really good hearing now, I hear every word. Hey, what'd I miss? Russell asks before sitting down on my other side with his tray of food. I gave Evie her birthday gift, Freddie says, and I hold up the compact for Russell to see. Very pretty, Russell says, smiling at me. He isn't surprised, so he must know it's my birthday too. Happy birthday, Red, Russell says, pulling a small, unwrapped cardboard box from his bag and placing it on the table in front of me. I can't rap to save my life. Sorry, Russell adds sheepishly. I frown and look from him to Freddie and back again. Russell, I don't need gifts, I say. Yeah, you do. You're a girl. It's like genetic or something, Russell says with a grin as he pushes it nearer to me. I reluctantly open the box. Under the tissue paper, I find a silver bracelet with a small metal pendant attached to it. Examining the pendant, it is a silver medal of St. Jude Thaddeus. Quirking my brow at Russell, he smiles at me, saying, It's St. Jude. He's the patron saint of desperate situations. I thought he might come in handy. His smile is warm, but I see something else in Russell's eye. Fear. He's afraid for me. Holding the bracelet out for him to take, I ask, Will you put it on me? His fingers brush my palm as he picks up the bracelet. Holding my wrist nearer to him, he fastens the clasp. I jiggle my wrist so that the pendant rests on top. My eyes cloud as I murmur, Thank you, Russell. I sincerely hope you don't need it, Red, Russell says quietly, but we both know that it is more likely that I will. I imagine him thinking about Sebastian and the minivan when he was picking out my birthday present. It occurs to me then that my life hardly resembles what it had been on my last birthday. It has become almost unrecognizable to me when I see it in those terms. Will it always be like this? Will a pendant be enough protection to see me through to the next birthday? Will Russell be there with me? I wonder. Looking back at Russell, worry etches in his face. I smile reassuringly at him. I have your necklace, Russell, I say, reaching up to unclasp it from my neck. Handing it to him, he put it on. Remembering the pendants covered in blood, I shiver. Thanks, Russell says, examining the clasp for damage. I wonder how I lost it. It looks fine. Must have just slipped off. Are you cold? Russell asks in concern when he sees me rub my arms to dispel the goosebumps. I'm okay. What are you guys doing tonight? Are you still going to the Delt costume party? I ask, hoping they are. I need to stay as close to Russell as I can from now on. Yeah, I got invited to the party, since the Delts still seemed to be interested in me as a pledge for next semester. Freddie said he'd come with me, Russell replies, and I see the look that Freddie and Russell exchange. They're coming to babysit me, and I'm going to babysit Russell. Well, you two make a nice couple, I say, trying to bring some levity to this birthday party. Freddie throws his balled-up napkin at me, while Russell just laughs. I've got to run. I'll see you guys tonight. Thank you for my present, Freddie, I say, leaning over and pecking him on the cheek. And thank you for my present, Russell, I say. But when I would have kissed him on the cheek, Russell turns his head fast at the last second, so I end up kissing him on the lips. You're very, very welcome, Russell says smoothly, grinning at me with his dimples exposed. Russell, I say in exasperation, and I hear him chuckling as I walk away. Dead people, I think, while a cold shiver slips through me. I move entirely too close to Buns as we walk together to the Delt house. She finally just links arms with me to keep me from bumping into her every few feet. Sweetie, are you okay? Buns asks as I sidestep another apparition in my path. A deceased middle-aged man in a hospital gown that seriously needs to have the back fastened more securely, since he is representing a really bad image of eternity. The necked soul, however, is much worse. He is a young man who appears to have only recently died, based on his clothing. Judging by the way half of his face is scraped off, I'm guessing his motorcycle is buried next to him. Your wings are getting tangled in mine. Hold on, I'll unhook them. Buns groans. I wait anxiously next to her as she unhinges the wing of her costume from the wing of my costume. Brownie is just ahead of us on the sidewalk, next to the pasty old lady soul with her just-as-dead cat. The cat is taking an interest in the lavender-color wings of Brownie's angel costume, gazing at her feathers as if it would like nothing better than to spring at them. Buns, Brownie, and I, along with their entire sorority house, have dressed up as those runway models that do the lingerie show attired as angels. I'm wearing a white camisole over a lacy push-up bra. Along with an exceedingly short skirt and pink angel wings, my outfit is my way of being tongue-in-cheek about what I am. Too bad only Reed will get it. I had been fairly excited for this party, knowing that Reed will be here. But now the dead people are ruining it. They are literally everywhere. It's like the cemetery is open and the ghosts are taking a holiday. I think I have our wings untangled. There, sweetie, that's better, Buns adds, brushing a stray piece of hair back from my brow. She clips it back, using one of the golden butterfly clips that she and Brownie gave me for my birthday. She arranged all 4 of the golden clips artfully in my hair before we left the dorm this evening. You look sexy, sweetie, she says, smiling at me. Thanks, so do you, I reply. And thanks again for the butterflies. They're so beautiful. They remind me of the golden goose, I add, because they're the same color as her car. You're welcome again, sweetie. Brownie spotted them when we were out shopping, and we agreed that they were meant for you. She smiles, leading me again towards the Delt party, while I try not to walk through anybody disgustingly dead. When we arrive at the Delt house, it is awash with scantily clad sorority angels. JT and Pete spot us as we walk up to the wooden deck of the house. JT is dressed as that really freaky guy from that slasher movie, wearing a mask and carrying a fake chainsaw that makes an authentic mechanized noise. As we approach him, JT waves the chainsaw menacingly. Its buzzsaw-like noise carves the air. Immediately, a sharp pain etches across my back, and a twitching sensation follows as adrenaline courses through my body. Anxiously, I look over my shoulder, thinking I snagged my costume on something, but I can't see anything wrong. Taking his mask off, JT grins at us. "We found the composite," he notifies us. "Whose idea was it to hang it on the other side of the lingerie angel poster in our storage closet?" he asks, looking at all of us in turn.
"That was Evie's idea,"
Brownie replies.
"She said it would be easier to try to hide the composite in plain sight than to try to take it somewhere and hide it. That way, a crime was never really committed, since we just moved the composite rather than stealing it from the house. We were able to be honest with the dean when we told him we didn't take the composite, and we knew that none of you would take the poster down, not with angels in lingerie on it,"
Brownie says, beaming at me. "That's sick, Evie. You're wicked," JT says appreciatively, saluting me with his beer bottle. Feeling my back twitch again, I replied distractedly, "JT, I think it was Nietzsche who said, 'Gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes into you.'" JT roars with laughter, and I think that Pete enjoys my comment too, but I can't quite tell because he is wearing an old white hockey goalie mask, so I can't see his face. "Come on, Evie, let's get you a drink," JT says, still laughing as he leads us in the door. We find several coolers of beer set up in the billiard room, and when we walk in, we receive cheers from the room of frat boys. Taking our bows, we are each handed a beer from the cooler. As the girls talk to Remy, I glance around and notice Will in the corner of the room, watching me. Holding my breath, I freeze as he nears me, his ghostly image raising the goosebumps on my arm. Feeling myself growing pale, I whisper to Will, "What do you want?" before I face a composite on the wall, so no one will see me talking to myself. "Reed spoke to me about you. He asked me to keep an eye on you if I saw you around campus. I've been looking for him. Came here to warn him. Word is out about you in my community. The dead know that there is a human here what can see them, so they've come to enlist your services, ma'am," he says grimly, not looking at me as he speaks, but constantly scanning the room as if making sure that no one observes us. I cringe. "I'm only half human," I correct him softly. A crooked smile touches his ghostly lips as he says, "Yes, ma'am, I reckon you are that, but none of them have reckoned that. Yet." My hand tightens on the bottle in my hand. "You mean all these dead people are here to see me?" I whisper in bewilderment. "Yes, the old bat that lives in the Fine Arts building saw your reaction to me on the porch and told everyone she knows that there's a seer on campus. It's no wonder her husband killed her," he mutters in displeasure. "She can't keep her mouth shut for a second. Most of the souls want you to contact their loved ones for them. The ones that still have loved ones, that is." My eyes lift to his as my jaw tightens in fear. "I can't do that, Will. I'm trying really hard to keep a low profile here," I say helplessly. "Yes, I reckon that too. Reed told me. You need to pretend like you can't see us. The other souls don't know who you are. They're just hoping to stumble across you," he replies sagely. "You should go hide until they give up looking for you. This is going to attract attention. Attention you don't want," he says significantly, allowing his eyes to rest on me briefly, to see if what he's saying is getting through to me. Judging by the way my legs have gone numb with fear, I'd say I get the picture. "Thank you for the warning, Will. I'll be leaving as soon as I can," I reply. Will nods, and then he disappears through the exterior wall of the fraternity house. Intent on leaving, I sneak by Brownie and Buns. I don't know how to explain to them sufficiently that I have to leave the party tonight because the dead want to commune with me. I will have to think of something to tell them later, after I am safe. Leaving the billiard room, I turn the corner to head out the front door, but I stop when I see two young men just beyond the threshold of the entrance. Neither one of them is wearing a costume, But that's not what gives me pause. What gives me pause is that they both have that shine to them that is becoming familiar to me. By shine, I mean unbelievable beauty. The type of beauty that humans rarely possess. The type of beauty that I've only seen in the faces of angels. They haven't seen me, not yet anyway, and I am grateful that someone has started the music because the thumping of the bass is probably helping to camouflage whatever it is that my heart likes to do to give me away. Creeping down the hall, I crouch down in order to keep several people in the angels' direct line of sight. As the crowd gets thinner toward the end of the hallway, I straighten up, trying to appear to be walking like a normal human, if the angels happen to glance my way. Making it to the end of the hallway, my blood pounds in my ears, and I am having trouble breathing evenly. Intense fear washes over me. Every cell in my body screams for me to turn around and check where the angels are in proximity to me, but I resist doing so. Rounding the corner hurriedly, I walk right through a soul who must have had his head beaten in with a baseball bat. His jaw hangs askew, and he has lost most of his tongue. His left eye is out of its socket and is sort of hanging there, still very much attached. He looks atrocious. I can't contain the gasp that the sensation of being inside him elicits from me. It feels like I am in a freezer, and I am being shocked by static electricity. It isn't really painful. It's just scary. Noticing my reaction, he turns back around and says, "Hey, I've been looking for you." But it doesn't come out very clear because he has a lisp from only having a partial tongue. Pretending not to have heard him, I hurry down the back stairs to the rear exit. I move supernaturally fast in my haste to get away, hoping that no one is around to observe me. I make it through the exit and into the parking lot and back. "Red, just the gal I was hoping to find, and looking heavenly, might I add. Freddie just went inside to look for you." Russell grins at me under the soft yellowish glow of the floodlights. Russell is wearing a white toga and looks every inch the Greek senator, with a red theatrical cape, a green-leafed laurel in his hair, and leather sandals. But playtime is over for me. I have to escape the warriors that stalk the house in search of the creature that has attracted the souls to it. I don't intend for them to find me here. Feeling ghostly pale, I say, "Russell, listen to me carefully and don't interrupt. I'm about to have an occasion to use that birthday present that you gave me today. There are 2 Sebastians inside, and I think they're looking for me. I have to leave. Call Reed. Tell him I'm going to his house. Do you understand?" I ask him, while my voice trembles in fear. Russell stares at me for a moment before he nods, and all signs of the grin vanish from his face. Moving toward me, he catches me up in his embrace, squeezing me hard. "I can drive you. Let me get a car," he says, but I shake my head. "I'll be okay. I have to go now before they find me," I whisper in his ear. "You do know that I love you, right?" I ask him softly. "You're my best friend." He squeezes me tighter, burying his face in my neck for a brief second before setting me back on my feet. "I know," he replies. "Go," he says with fear in his eyes. I go, and I can only imagine what Russell must think as he watches me disappear in an instant from his sight, leaving behind the fake pink wings I had worn for the party. Gliding through town silently, my feet make almost no noise as they hit the ground lightly, propelling me nearly effortlessly forward at a dizzying speed. Fear spreads through me, making this run less than enjoyable. I constantly look over my shoulder to see if I am being pursued. I run up the long drive of Reed's house, only slowing to open the front door and enter at a normal rate of speed, because I am conscious of the fact that Andre might be around. I think briefly of knocking, but I am too freaked out to rest on manners, so I barge right into the foyer. "Reed!" I call loudly, even though I know full well that if he is in the house, he will hear me even if I whisper his name. I recognize right away that he is not home, since there are no butterflies taking flight in my stomach. Damn, where are you? I wonder. A soft rustle of fabric coming from the library down the hall alerts me to the fact that someone is here and has gotten up from a chair in the library. Walking forward and hoping to speak to Andre, I only make it to the front of the staircase when I stop dead in my tracks. Because it isn't Andre that I heard in the library. It isn't even human, but angelic. I scan the perfect figure of the angel in front of me. He looks to be around 20. Dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt, he manages to make this simple outfit sexy. He is tall and well-proportioned with thick brown hair and ice blue eyes, the kind of eyes that are seen once and never forgotten because they are impossibly blue. The scowl registering on his face as he scans me, however, detracts somewhat from the beauty of the whole package, leaving me with the impression that I would prefer ugliness any day of the week to this reaction from perfection. When he speaks to me in his angelic language, he uses a commanding tone. Of course, I don't understand a word of it, but it is lovely, whatever it is he is saying. Hesitating, I see that he is waiting for a response from me, so I lift my shoulders in a shrug. Slowly, his dark brown eyebrows pull dangerously close together over his ice blue eyes. Then, my fear doubles as a low, primal growl accompanies his severe frown. I quickly try to speak past the tightness in my throat. "I'm sorry." My voice shakes. "I don't understand your language. You'll have to speak English." His eyes widen as one eyebrow arches a little. It takes a moment before his brows draw together again. Realizing my situation is bleak, I glance over to the front door, gauging the distance to it. It is too far away for me to escape. Looking over my shoulder, I notice the staircase leading up to the second floor. Without premeditation, I start inching my way backward toward it, deciding to try to flee upstairs. I have to at least attempt to escape, even though I've already surmised that it is nearly pointless to do so. The angel in front of me is a lethal killer. I probably don't stand a chance. Please, God, I need a distraction. The phone in the angel's pocket begins ringing. I flinch at the sound of it. Never taking his eyes from me, he pulls his phone from his pocket, answering it. He doesn't speak to the caller, but instead, he's listening to whatever the caller tells him. My heart aches in my chest as I continue to inch my way back toward the staircase. Putting my foot on the first step and my other foot on the second step, I climb backwards up the stairs, still facing the predator in front of me. The angel's blue eyes follow me, but he hasn't made a move toward me yet, even though he is assessing everything that I do. I am startled by the angel's soft, deadly tone as he says, "No, I think I will stay. Something very interesting just walked in." The caller must be saying something else because the angel just listens again. I put my foot on the third step and the other one on the fourth step, moving up the stairs while he tracks me with an intensity that makes me sweat. Feeling a twitch move across my back, I ignore the foreign pain, continuing to focus on the threat in front of me. The angel's frown becomes sinister. "Why have you not taken care of this yourself?" he asks in disgust. As I put my foot on the fifth step and the other one on the sixth step, the angel growls at me. It is a deeply terrifying sound, making my heart slam against the walls of my chest. I freeze where I stand on the sixth step. The angel's voice booms loudly as he snarls into his phone. "You are willing to take that chance?" Stiffening at his fury, my legs shake beneath me. The angel looks away from me then, toward the front door, so I put my foot on the seventh step and the other one on the eighth step. He glances back in agitation, glaring at me. I freeze on the steps, pretending that I haven't moved while he wasn't looking. His jaw becomes rigid. "It has redemption. Not if I send it back to the abyss," the angel says in a scathing tone. I put my foot on the ninth step and the other one on the 10th step before feeling a tearing pain across my back. It makes me take a deep, gasping breath in, trying to ignore the pain because it isn't as significant a threat as the angry angel only steps below me. I slide my hand up the railing, still trying to edge my way upward. "Maybe you have lost your perspective in this matter," the angel injects into the phone again, taking his eyes from me to gaze around in exasperation. I put my foot on the 11th step and I nearly have my other foot on the 12th step when a slicing pain stops me. In my next breath, all the air in my lungs is forced out of my body. Looking down at the angel below me, I try desperately to gauge his reaction to what is happening to me. He is completely still, watching me with his cold blue eyes. Another punch rocks me, and as I gasp again for breath, something forces its way through my back with a sound like a parachute releasing into the wind. A rending, tearing sounds at precisely the same time as my shirt and bra fall away from my body, leaving me half naked on the stairway. Bringing my hands up to my breasts, I cover them from the stranger in front of me. Shock tears through the confusion in my mind as I realize I've just sprouted wings. Chancing another glance at the angel below me in the foyer, he regards me with something like surprise in his beautiful eyes. Seeing that this is my best chance for escape, I take it. Turning swiftly, I sprint up the remaining stairs with my wings stretching out and moving of their own volition. When I make it to Reed's room, I burst through the door, slamming it closed behind me and locking it securely in place. Backing away from the door, I just manage to clear it before the angel on the other side kicks it in. Freaking strong angel! I continue to back up with my arms crossed in front of my body. He follows me into the room. His sharp, predatory eyes stalk me, and for a moment I feel as if I can see myself reflected in their icy depths. I can't sense even the smallest hint of mercy or compassion in him for me. He's going to kill me in Reed's room. What if Reed walks in before he's done? Will he kill Reed too? I wonder, and then I still. Was that Reed on the phone? I ask him. He doesn't answer, but he stops his pursuit of me for the moment. He's coming here, isn't he? I ask, panicking again. My question is met with silence. You're going to kill me, aren't you? I state rhetorically, knowing that it is his intention. You'll need to hurry. I don't want Reed to walk in while you're doing it. He will try to defend me, and I don't want him hurt. So just do it fast. Please, I say, straightening up out of the defensive crouch I have adopted at some point in my retreat. I can't seem to drop my arms to my sides, so I hug them over my breasts and close my eyes. My breath comes in short gasps, and my heart drums like the wings of a hummingbird. I hear the clocks in the house all ticking in synchronization. How Reed managed that, I don't know, but they keep perfect time together. I also smell Reed's scent in the room, and it is a little comforting to me. As the moments pass, I grow nervous about the time. The clocks keep ticking. Time is running out. Reed will be back at any time. Fear chokes me while beads of sweat run down the sides of my face, and I swipe them away shakily with the back of my hand. Why are you afraid? I was told you have redemption. The angel sneers from in front of me. I moisten my lips in order to speak because my mouth has gone dry. Maybe it's the human side of me that fears death, I reply in a near whisper, not opening my eyes. This life is all I can remember. It's all I know, and I don't know that I will be granted redemption. Reed seems to think so, but there is a chance that I'm evil, in which case you'd be sending me to Sheol. I hear it's not very fun there, so I'm hoping that Reed is correct. But whichever way, I guess I'm about to find out. If I see you in paradise, then no hard feelings. If I don't, well then, good job. Either way, you have my forgiveness if you do this before Reed gets here. You have a serpent's tongue. Why would you forgive me? He asks me, angry now, or frustrated. I don't hesitate when I answer him, because the worst thing I can imagine is that Reed would cease to be on any plane of existence. I can forgive anything short of his annihilation. Please, do this now, before he returns, I beg him, feeling dizzy with anxiety. I sway on my feet as trembling continues to take hold of me. Did you just plead for me to kill you? The angel asks in an incredulous tone. He is still so near that I can feel his breath on my hair. I open my eyes to see him standing in front of me, his ice blue eyes boring into mine. Sort of, I guess so. I can do a better job if you'd like, I say, sinking to my knees and resting my forehead against the carpet beneath me. Please hurry, so you don't have to hurt Reed, I say softly.
You are a seraph, and yet you would bow to me? He states with confusion in his tone. Looking up at him from my position on the floor, my eyes widen when he sinks to his knees in front of me.
I'm sorry. I don't know what a seraph is, I say, rising back up onto my knees and crossing my arms over my breasts again.
You do not know what a seraph is?
He asks me in shock. I shake my head, waiting for his reaction.
Seraphim are the highest order of angels. They are God's guardians.
How do you know I'm a seraph? I ask him haltingly, trying to ebb the trembling fear that shows no sign of lessening. He reaches out, and I try not to pull away from him as he touches my wing. It flutters at the contact.
Your wings, they are fiery red, he observes.
They are? I ask, because I haven't actually seen them yet. I've been so focused on this predator that I haven't been able to evaluate them. Now, I glance back at them, seeing that they are, indeed, red. The deepest red. They are small, too, reaching only to my waist, not the powerful wings that Reed possesses, I think in disappointment. Why are they so small? I ask, and the disappointment is there in my tone. The angel gives me a half smile, shocking me when I see it. You have never seen your wings before tonight? He asks me pointedly. I shake my head. How old are you? He asks curiously. I just turned 18, I say, shivering as my body is starting to sag from fatigue that fear has wrought upon it. A thought creeps into the back of my mind and takes root in my consciousness. Before I can stop myself, I ask the angel, what order of angel is Lucifer? Scanning my face with his ice-blue eyes, he says, Lucifer is seraphim. My breath catches as tears immediately cloud my vision. A couple of tears escape as I inhale my breath, trying to hold back the burning sob in my throat. Feeling as if I've been punched in the stomach, I ruthlessly rein in my emotions and gain control again. Using the back of my fist, I wipe my tears away, and then I cross my arms in front of me once again. I nod to him, acknowledging what he has just told me. If it's all the same to you, I don't want to know anymore. Let's just get on with this, okay? I say, feeling conquered.
Get on with what? He asks.
The smoting, or is it smiting? Whatever you call it, I reply in exasperation. Before Reed gets back, remember? I ask, trying to hold back my raw emotion.
You do not know if the fallen are responsible for you being here?
He asks, ignoring my question. I shake my head. I never met my father. I didn't know that he was an angel until recently, I reply. His expression turns thoughtful. There are many seraphim where we come from, too. It would make sense for God to choose one among them to create you, he reasons. Are you trying to make me feel better? I ask tiredly, giving him a ghost of a smile. My head is pounding. I sway again as tiny black spots swim in my vision. What order of angel is Reed? I ask, catching myself and striving to maintain my balance by sitting back on my heels. He is like me, a power angel. We are created to prevent the fallen from taking over the world and to keep the universe in balance, he replies with authority. My lips turn downward. And I seem to have been created to do the opposite. I throw everything off balance with my mere presence, I state flatly. One of his eyebrows arches cunningly. Perhaps, or perhaps you are the perfect balance. Human and angel, he says, as if he is considering all of the angles to our puzzle carefully. Tires screech on the pavement just beyond Reed's driveway, and my eyes snap open wider. Time is up for the bargain I would have made with this angel. The gravel in the drive crunches and sprays as the wheels of a car toss the pebbles recklessly behind it. Applying the brakes at what sounds like the last possible second, there is hardly a breath between that sound and the sound of Reed's voice calling from the foyer. "Evie," he says, but I can't answer him. I don't want him to come up here. I want him to be safe. My eyes fall pleadingly on the angel in front of me, because only he has the power to make that a reality. "She is here," the angel replies, sitting back and continuing to watch me. In seconds, Reed is in the room and has me cradled in his arms. He presses my head into his chest, ignoring the fact that there is someone else in the room with us. "I did not harm her." The angel speaks to Reed in a defensive tone. Reed presses his forehead to mine while he ascertains that I'm intact, and then he lets me go, whirling on the other angel in the room. Reed's shirt tears instantly and falls away from his body, while his gray wings arc out in menace. He flies at the other angel, driving him through the door and out into the hallway. "Reed, don't! He didn't hurt me! Please, stop!" I plead when they come crashing back through the doorway, grappling with each other. The other angel sprouts his own light brown wings, which topples the furniture and knocks artwork from the shelves. He and Reed pitch back and forth near the center of the room like gladiators in an arena. Reed lands several brutal punches before the other angel throws him back. Reed continues stalking him, looking for another angle to penetrate his defenses. "Zephyr." Reed scowls blackly. "She is part human. Can't you hear her heart racing? I'm surprised she hasn't fainted from fear," he grits out. "What did you do to my door?" he asks when he notices that it hangs at a severe angle from its hinges. Zephyr maintains a defensive stance, shrugging his shoulders toward the door as he says, "She locked the door. I should have had her before she got here, but she is quick. I was surprised she could outrun me." He smiles at me appreciatively, and I fight the urge to stick my tongue out at him. "I thought you were going to kill me," I say quietly, gaining their attention. I try to keep it, hoping to distract them from killing each other. "I intended to kill you," he says, and although his voice was very silky, I know he means every word he says. "The way Reed spoke of you on the phone, and then looking at you, I thought you had persuaded him to help you." "Why didn't you kill me then?" I asked him out of morbid curiosity, seeing Reed grow more and more tense. "You convinced me not to," Zephyr replies, glancing at Reed to see that he is no longer out for blood, but listening to our exchange. "How did I do that?" I asked tiredly, not understanding how I had convinced a hostile angel not to do what he is essentially programmed to do. "You didn't cower or bargain with me for your life, but offered your life to me to save Reed." Reed growls in reaction to Zephyr's words. "But the fact that you granted me forgiveness for what I was about to do to you, that is what really tied my hands. You have such courage." "Zephyr, if you ever do anything like that to Evie again, you will pray for death," Reed says in a quiet tone. Zephyr grunts. They are eyeing each other speculatively as if to size up the competition, should that day come. Zephyr's response shocks me more than anything else that I've been through tonight when he says in a serious tone, "I will kill anything that attempts to harm her." As I force my legs to move toward the attached bathroom, they feel heavy and lethargic. When I reach it, I close the door behind me, leaning against the wood feebly. I want to lock it, but I've been shown, firsthand, that it won't matter, should one of them really want to get in. Fighting the urge to fall apart right here, my throat burns with unshed tears, but I know that if I start crying, I won't stop, so I try to hold them off. I'll just stay in the bathroom until Zephyr goes away, I think. After using the facilities, I go to the sink to wash my hands. Shock is the forefront emotion to what I see reflected in the mirror. I have indeed sprouted wings. There is no getting around it. And they aren't just red. They are crimson. They are small, petite almost, by the standards I have seen for wings, those being Reed's powerful charcoal gray wings and Zephyr's light brown wings. My wings only reach to my waist, while Reed's are longer, almost the entire length of his body. Can I move them voluntarily? I concentrate on lifting them, but I have little success. Maybe it's because you're tired, I think, seeing myself in the mirror. I look wilted. How am I going to put them away if I can't seem to move them? I can't even get dressed. Feeling disgust, I turn away from the mirror and see Reed standing in the open doorway. I gasp, bringing my hands to cover up my breasts again. Reed holds up his hand in a gesture of concern. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I brought you something to wear," he says soothingly, entering the bathroom. In his hand, he holds a long-sleeved black garment that appears to be made of cashmere. How am I supposed to put anything on with these sticking out of my back? I ask in a soft tone, not looking at him. I don't want to see his reaction to my puny little wings that are bad girl red. "I bought several of these for you earlier, anticipating that you would need them. Here, this top slips on in the front and ties in the back. You put your arms in the sleeves, and then a ribbon at the nape of your neck secures it in the back. The back of the garment is mostly bare until about midway, and then another ribbon threads through the fabric on both sides like a corset, so your wings can remain out, or they can be retracted. You need only pull the ribbon tight and tie it in the back here at your waist. It will allow your wings to move freely while the fabric remains in place against your skin." I nod, taking the garment from his hand without looking up. Turning away from him, I slip it on. I attempt to tie the ribbon at the nape of my neck, but my hands shake, so I keep fumbling with it. Reed brushes my hands away gently, tying the ribbon for me. He then makes quick work of the ribbon at my waist. Turning me toward him again, he hugs me tight in his arms, and I nearly break down, but I manage to hold it in. "You are so quiet, Evie. You have to tell me what you're thinking," Reed urges. "I was thinking that this is a very clever design for a top. The material is so soft and warm. Thank you," I say. "I was worried that I was going to have to wander around half naked until I can figure out how to retract my puny wings." I say the last part with a measure of the contempt that I have for my new limbs. "You don't like your wings?" Reed asks me, sounding surprised. "Not really. How come they're so small, and why can't I move them?" I ask him, looking at the middle of his chest. I don't even want to talk about their color, I think. "Evie, they are perfect," Reed says, and when I frown, he lifts my chin so that I will meet his eyes. "Truly, they are perfect. They are small now because you are young. They will grow larger over time, but truly they couldn't be more beautiful than they are now. You will be able to control them soon. It will take some time, but you will learn," he says as he gently strokes my wing. "You like them?" I ask in surprise. "I thought there was something wrong with them." "Evie, you have no idea how much I like them," he says ruefully. "You are the most beautiful creature I have ever seen." "How is that possible? They're crimson," I state blandly. "Why aren't they white or gray like yours?" "They are crimson because you are a seraph. If you were an archangel, they would be white, or if you were a power, like me, then they could be several other colors. Only seraphim have your coloring, and that means you outrank archangels, thrones, virtues, cherubim, powers. But don't let it go to your head because you still have to listen to me while we are here," he states, smiling. "Don't be ridiculous. How can I possibly outrank anybody? I'm a mutant, and if you hadn't noticed, most angels would like nothing better than to crush the soul right out of me," I reply dully. "You were right that day at registration, when you said we're screwed. I'm screwed, aren't I? I'm never going to survive." "You just did survive, against all odds. Zephyr is a machine when it comes to killing the fallen, and yet you managed to survive him," Reed says soberly. "Not only that, I would lay odds that he would fight to protect you as well. You have won him over, and he is a powerful ally. You also survived the other one at the formal, and you survived me as well. You have some sort of power over us. It seems that, in each situation, you find the weakness that turns us to your side. Even the fallen one was captivated. I survived Sebastian because you were there, And as for you, well, I had the butterflies on my side, I reply softly. And I'm not so sure about Zephyr. He scares me to death. Reed's face turns grim as he says, I am sorry that I wasn't here tonight. When I think of what might have happened to you, I don't know what I would have done if he had harmed you. He says anxiously, I went to Chicago to pick up your birthday present. I was going to give it to you at the party, but Russell called me when I was on my way back to town. He told me you were coming here and why. I had already received a call from Zephyr, telling me he was here because there were souls hovering all around town. I cannot think of what stirred them all up, he says in frustration at the bad timing. Zephyr isn't the only angel in town, Reed. I spotted 2 more at the Delt house when I was there. I asked Russell to call you. Russell! I have to call Russell and tell him I'm okay. I left him at the party and I was in a hurry. He knew why I had to go. He must be so worried. And nobody is watching him. I gasp, gripping Reed's hand urgently, brushing aside the fact that I know exactly why the souls are walking around town. Please, let me use your phone. Reed hands me his phone, but I pause before dialing. I hear a crunch of tires on the gravel driveway outside, announcing a new visitor is arriving and at breakneck speed by all indications. The car comes to a quick halt near the door to the house. Then, someone shoots out of the car, not even bothering to close the car door. The front door opens up with a crash as Russell calls out, Red! Damn, it's Russell. What do I do? He can't see me like this. How do I get these things back in? I ask Reed urgently, turning back to the mirror. I try to move them again, but they won't budge. Don't worry, I will just persuade him to leave, Reed starts to say until I grab his arm. No, you can't do that. I'm supposed to be watching Russell, remember? You have to get him to stay, and you have to help me get rid of my wings, I plead. But I like your wings, he says, smiling sweetly while stroking them again. I swear, if he keeps doing that, I might purr like a kitten. Don't think about that right now. Just concentrate. Please, I say through gritted teeth, closing my eyes and balling my hands into fists. He is out of the bathroom in seconds, but I don't have much time to wonder about where he has gone because he is back almost instantly. Carrying with him a full glass of what suspiciously smells like cognac, he offers it to me, saying, Drink this. It will help you relax, and then you should have some hope of retracting them. They won't go back in if you're panicking. I'll go speak to Russell, and then I'll be back. A second later, Reed is gone again, and I hear him speaking to Russell in the foyer below. Shortly after that, he leads Russell toward the library. Since I don't have time to waste on savoring my cognac, I gulp it down in one long swallow, and then I almost die. I cough and wheeze and can only breathe shallowly for a couple of minutes. Reed tries to suppress a laugh as he enters the bathroom again. Evie, I will never be bored with you around. Did you just drink that whole glass? He asks me, smirking. Yes. Now show me how to make my wings go back in, I say, while wiping tears from my eyes that have nothing to do with emotion and everything to do with the cognac I just ingested. You have to calm down. Relax, Reed whispers as he leans close to my ear, tickling it with his breath. How am I supposed to relax? Russell is downstairs with the angel who was going to kill me just a few minutes ago, and I'm stuck up here with a set of bright red wings sticking out of my back, and you're not helping me, I say in frustration, attempting to will my wings back into my body. Glancing over at Reed, he's smothering a grin. You're laughing now? This is funny to you? I ask. Well, you should have seen the look on Russell's face when I introduced him to Zephyr. He looked rather annoyed that you are here alone with us, Reed says, smiling. Zephyr wasn't too pleased to meet Russell either. I wonder why. Reed, go downstairs and make sure Zephyr doesn't kill Russell, I say adamantly. Zephyr wouldn't hurt Russell. Unless Russell says something stupid, Reed replies, unconcerned as he leans against the countertop. Reed, help me, I plead desperately. You want my help? He asks, and I nod my head, glaring at him. Okay, I will help. He pushes off from the counter, approaching me slowly. never taking his eyes from mine. Swiftly, he picks me up off my feet, seating me roughly on the counter. A surge of thrilling anticipation courses through me instantly while I wait to see what he will do next. Standing between my legs, he pulls the butterfly clips from my hair, one by one, setting them on the counter, while my eyes devour every lovely contour of his angelic face. My hair hangs loosely down my back until his hand slips under the mass of it at the base of my neck, gathering it tightly in the fist of his hand. Pulling my head back so that my face tilts upward, he lowers his lips with agonizing slowness to mine. When our lips finally meet, his kiss sears me more intoxicatingly than the brandy, causing my face to flush and my breathing to become desperate. Gripping his upper arms with my hands, my nails dig into him lightly as I try to pull him closer to me. "That is it, Evie. Try to pull me to you," Reed whispers against my lips. Wrapping my legs around his waist, I kiss him with all the desperate passion that I thought, only minutes before, I would never get to share with him again. Then, Reed pulls away from me. Intense frustration shoots through me then as I open my eyes. "Why are you stopping?" I demand breathlessly, searching his face, which looks a bit too smug for my liking. "You did it," he smiles. I must seem confused because he adds, "Your wings," and he points to the mirror behind me. Looking over my shoulder, I can no longer see my wings in the mirror. I am back to looking human again, but I can't help feeling disappointment because it hadn't taken very long at all, and the method of getting them to retract is very, very satisfying. "Oh," I say lamely, touching my fingertips to my swollen lips. "I thought you said I had to relax." "I don't feel relaxed." I feel like I'm being consumed by fire, I think to myself. "This was the other way to do it," Reed replies with smoldering eyes. "You were so focused on pulling me to you that you were able to do that to your wings." "Oh," I say again lamely. "Thanks." "No, thank you," he says softly, leaning forward and caressing my neck with his lips. Then he whispers, "Do you want to go downstairs now?" "Downstairs?" I stutter. "Russell. Library," he replies, still kissing my neck lightly. Yes," I groan, pulling away from him. "I'd better go downstairs before Russell starts looking for me. I don't want to try to explain what happened to your room." Jumping down from the counter, I have to steady myself against it as the alcohol I had just chugged begins to relax me. "This should be interesting," I mutter, squaring my shoulders. "Zephyr is still downstairs?" I ask, hesitating because I don't think that I really want to ever see him again. "Yes, he is still here. He wants to speak with you further. You are fascinating. I don't think I'm going to be able to get him to leave willingly until you answer more of his questions," Reed replies, leading me out of the bathroom. "What if I get the answers to his questions wrong?" I ask as fear shoots through me again, making my wings restlessly twitch inside of me. I have to calm down or they are going to come popping out of me again. I take a deep breath, trying to relax. "You won't get them wrong," Reed says, reassuring me, while walking with me hand in hand toward the library. I don't have time to worry about what Zephyr might do because Russell immediately rises from his chair when he sees me. Before I can say a word, he lifts me off my feet, embracing me in a bear hug that forces the breath from my body. I feel oddly comforted by it, even as low growls come from both of the angels in the room. "How did you get here so fast, Russell?" I ask him, hoping he will set me back on my feet before one of the angels decides he has hugged me long enough. Judging by their impatient breathing, it isn't going to be long from now. "I told Freddie I forgot something at our dorm, so he lent me his keys. I still had my clothes in his car, so I changed on the way," Russell says grimly, indicating the jeans and t-shirt he is wearing instead of the toga I had left him in earlier. He sets me back on my feet, but holds my hand in his. "But you beat me here." He trails off. Feeling myself paling, I murmur, "Yeah, I beat you here." His eyes narrow as he says, "I saw the ones you were talking about when I went inside to get Freddie's keys. The Sebastians. I'm starting to be able to recognize y'all," he says, turning to Reed. "Just look for the super attractive people in the room who seem to have a glow about 'em, and my skin's crawling instantly," Russell says in a surly tone. "They were definitely looking for something, and they kept talking to the walls. It was creepy," Russell adds as a shiver escapes him. Stealing a glance at Zephyr, I try to judge his reaction to what Russell is saying. What will Zephyr do if he realizes that Russell is figuring out what they are? Sitting back in his chair, Zephyr toys with the glass in his hand. His eyes aren't on Russell, but instead, he is studying me. I pull Russell over to the sofa. Sitting down in the middle of it, I make Russell sit next to me. "Did they realize that you were watching them?" I ask him pointedly. "I don't think so," he says. Rising from the couch, I go to the bar in the corner. Pouring a glass of whatever the amber liquid is, I walk back, handing it to Russell. Taking it from me, he sips it as I sit down next to him again. Reed sits next to me on the opposite end of the couch. "Are you one of them, Red?" Russell asks, indicating Zephyr, and then Reed with a movement of the glass in his hand. I sit silently for a second, trying to formulate a response to his question, since he always knows when I am lying. But he goes on before I can speak. "I never noticed that glow in you before tonight, but it's there, like you're being lit from the inside. Your skin, it shines a little, like theirs," he says, indicating Zephyr and Reed again. "It does?" I ask him faintly, looking down at my arm as if it is a stranger's arm and not my own. My skin does have a shine, a dim illumination to it that I have never noticed before. I wonder if it is an after effect of my wings popping out of me. Looking again at Russell, he nods sadly at me. I frown in concentration, saying, "I don't know what I can tell you, Russell, but maybe it will be all right to tell you this. I'm not one of them," I say, watching Russell exhale in relief at my words. I almost make up my mind not to finish, but I owe him some kind of explanation, so I continue. "And I'm not one of you either. I'm a little of both." He doesn't speak. He just stares at me with a mixture of shock and pain on his face. He needs more of an explanation, so I rush on. "You know how I said that I didn't really have parents? Well, my mother is dead. She died giving birth to me, but no one really knows who my father is. I don't think there is any question anymore that he is very much like Reed," I explain, praying that this will be the last time I am responsible for the pain in his eyes. Why do I keep doing this to him? I keep hurting him, I think in remorse. "How long have you known this?" Russell asks me pointedly, his glare pinning me to my seat as he disengages his hand from mine. "I figured it out right before you started dating Candace," I whisper. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't tell you. There are these rules and—" "What rules?" he asks disgustedly as his pain is rapidly turning to anger. "I'm not doing this well. He doesn't understand. I have to do something, but what?" I think in desperation. "I can't tell you," I say lamely, reaching for his hand that he had withdrawn from me, but he pulls his hand back from me, so I can't take it in mine again. "Ah, more secrets. Of course. Why am I surprised?" "They know, don't they?" Russell asks rhetorically, looking at Reed and Zephyr. I nod lamely, which only seems to be making him angrier. "So you're saying you're half human and half—" He trails off, waiting for me to fill in the blank. He looks at each of us in turn, and when we all remain mute to his question, he says, "Y'all are creepy. I gotta go." "Russell, don't go," I say as he gets up from the sofa. "Why? Are you gonna explain to me what's going on here?" he asks sarcastically. "'Cause I gotta tell you, Red, I feel like y'all are playing a game with me, and I don't know the name of the game or how to play it." "Trust me, Russell, this isn't a game," I say adamantly. Then tell me, Evie, Russell grits out while pulling his hand through his tawny hair. I can't, I say in frustration at his stubborn insistence at knowing what will seal his fate. Bye, Russell says, walking toward the door of the library. I twist around on the sofa, driving my knees into the cushion. Russell, remember when we were on our way back from the formal, and I kept begging you to go back so that we could help Reed fight Sebastian? Russell pauses at my words. Remember what you said to me? You told me to shut up, that you weren't going to take me back there. You said the only way you could protect me was by not going back, and that you'd protect me even if I didn't like it. Well, the only way I can protect you is if I don't tell you everything you want to know now, and I'll keep my mouth shut, even if you don't like it. Yeah, I remember, Red. I still gotta go. I'll see you later, he says, not turning around, but walking out of the library. I would have followed him, but Reed holds me by the wrist so that I can't get off the couch. Let him go, Evie. He has to figure it out on his own, and you won't be helping him if you say more. Reed reasons with me when I struggle to break away. Turning back around, I slump against the cushion. How am I going to protect him if I've completely alienated him? He thinks I'm creepy, I say sadly. You are not creepy, Reed says soothingly, taking my hand. You're not a good judge of creepy, Reed, since you're creepier than I am, I say warily, looking over at Zephyr when I hear him laughing at my comment. I wouldn't laugh too hard, pal, because you're the creepiest one of us all. This has them both roaring with laughter. I am not amused, since I am being entirely serious. Zephyr beams at me. Evie, just when I despaired that there would never be anything new under the sun, you come along to save me from my boredom. I'm delighted that you find me amusing, but at the risk of sounding rude, how long are you planning on staying? I ask with faux sweetness. As long as you need me, Zephyr replies in a gentle tone. Then he directs his comments to Reed. Where will you move next? I have several options, if you need them. We need to train her to defend herself, once she is stronger. Do you plan to recruit more help? I can help with that as well. I was thinking of somewhere less populated, Greenland or Iceland, but Evie doesn't speak Danish or Icelandic. The Falkland Islands are an option. They are English-speaking, for the most part anyway. Reed counters rapidly. They are talking about strategy and leaving. I'm not leaving, I say, getting up from the sofa to pace the room. Reed knows I can't leave, so why are they discussing it? I may have a better option. It is a private island, Zephyr says, ignoring me as he lays out an exit plan from Crestwood. Feeling a sharp, painful movement in my back again, I know I have to remain calm. Stalking over to the bar, I pour myself a glass of the amber liquid from the beautiful decanter. I don't know what they call it, but I call it liquid heat, since it burns even hotter than the brandy had when I take a giant sip of it. Reed is by my side in a moment, taking the glass from my hand. He pours me some water and presses it into my hand. I sip it slowly, trying to regain my breathing. I'm not going anywhere, Reed. You know I can't leave, I whisper. Zephyr interrupts to say, What are you saying, Evie? Of course you must leave here. There are souls roaming around this town. They are acting like a beacon, attracting all manner of things that you are unprepared to encounter. I can't leave Russell. He needs me, so I'm staying, I say tightly. You are referring to the boy who just called you creepy? He is your soulmate, is he not? Zephyr asks intensely, his piercing blue eyes missing nothing. My wings move inside me again. Damn. I really don't care if he finds me the most repulsive creature on earth. I have to help him, so I'm not leaving. And Will already warned me about the souls. He said that the soul in the Fine Arts building saw me talking to him and told all the other souls she knew about it. They're all looking for me. Will said if I just pretend not to see them, that eventually they'll go away. I say as nonchalantly as possible, sitting back down on the sofa. I'll just hide out until they go away. Who is Will? Zephyr asks with a puzzled frown. Frowning, Reed replies, Will is a soul. To me, he asks, when did you have the occasion to speak to Will again? I explain the entire story to him about stealing the composite, the war on the beach, and Will's warning tonight at the Delt party. Reed's expression darkens, while his arms crossed in front of him, just like a parent. Zephyr's brows rise, and he looks at Reed questioningly. Reed, turning to Zephyr, says, She just turned 18. I don't remember being this irresponsible when I was 18, but then again I hardly remember having been 18. And she has made some questionable friends. Whose idea was it to dig the trenches on the beach, near the water? Zephyr asks intensely, but doesn't wait for me to respond before saying, The fact that you were on sandy ground is good, because it's not incendiary terrain, but it was traversable terrain, which means your enemy could not burn you out, but they could come to you. You allowed your forces to become isolated when you failed to employ watercraft, and you cannot fly yet, so that is not an option open to you. You then were in entrapping terrain, and you needed to move out of it quickly. When the enemy arrived with unexpected allies, your position became fatal terrain, which means you had to be prepared to fight with intensity and a will to survive, because to not engage would be to die. Who were your generals? Zephyr demands. Zephyr, they are human children. They had paint guns. It was playtime, Reed says seriously. Zephyr, looking a little disgruntled, says, I see. But still, Evie, you must learn to become unfathomable to your enemies, so that you may cast your enemies into positions from which they have nowhere to go. Zephyr coaches, wanting to continue my tactical training. He seems genuinely concerned about my lack of knowledge of warfare. Something about that makes me soften toward him inexplicably. I smile at him, and he smiles back. I stop smiling when Reed says, Evie, we really do have to leave Crestwood now. This place is going to be crawling with curious angels. No, I reply, folding my arms in front of me, adopting my severest frown. I'll stay here, at your house, if you want me to, and wait them out, but I'm staying in Crestwood. Zephyr sits back in his seat again and asks, I am missing something, unless it is your strategy to be unorthodox? Reed fills him in on my premonition at the 7-Eleven and the necklace falling from the light. Zephyr grunts when Reed finishes telling him everything that has been going on. But this is very, very dangerous for you. You do realize that, don't you? I can handle it. I can't run. Not from this. If I run now, Russell loses. I can't have that. So come up with a plan that involves us staying until Russell is safe, and I'll follow it to the letter. I promise, I say, reading the expression on Reed's face. I turn to Zephyr and continue. Zephyr, this seems to be your forte. How can we win this? I ask, trying to motivate them to change tack to my way of thinking. Evie, Reed says in a gentle tone, moving toward me slowly, and I know that look on his face. It is his, this is for your own good face. No, Reed, I say furiously, gasping again as my wings shoot out of my back of their own volition. At least my shirt stayed on this time, I think instantly, as I try to breathe evenly after having all the air punched out of my lungs again. When I regain my wits, I scowl. Perfect. You see? I can't even travel now, not with these things coming out of my back when I get upset, and I'll be really, really upset if you make me leave. You can count on that. Zephyr, you didn't stand a chance, did you? Reed asks softly over his shoulder as he comes to sit next to me on the couch. Not really. You? Zephyr asks, watching me as if I am an aquarium of rare tropical fish. Well, she didn't have the wings then, but no, not really. Reed replies humorlessly. Taking my hands in his, he says to me, You are correct, Evie. We cannot travel now. We will have to stay until you adjust to your wings. So you will be staying here, at my house, from now on. Thank you, I say, throwing my arms around him and hugging him enthusiastically. You won't regret this. I'll be really, really low-key. I'll follow all of the rules. Oh, there will be plenty of rules. Think of this house as a compound. From now on, you will need to be escorted to and from here," he replies grudgingly. "Zephyr, are you staying?" "You have to ask," Zephyr replies. "There are 2 targets to defend. It will take some skill to coordinate, and this will give me the perfect opportunity to teach Evie tactical strategy while we do it." "Thank you, Zephyr. If you'll help me save Russell, I'll completely forgive you for scaring the wings out of me," I say, grinning at him now. "And I am sure I will completely regret doing so, but if you will forgive me, then I must help," he grins back. As Reed and Zephyr discuss strategy, my very long day catches up to me. Resting my head against Reed's shoulder, my eyes droop, and I must have fallen asleep on the couch, because the next thing I know, I am being lowered into the bed I had slept in the last time I was here. "Reed, what time is it?" I ask, trying to sit up in the bed. "Shh, it's late. Get some sleep, Evie. You are exhausted," he says softly. "Where are you going? You have to stay. I haven't had much time with you today. Well, much time when we weren't arguing about something. You didn't tell me about Chicago," I say, trying to keep my eyes open and only managing to do it for brief intervals. "I can tell you tomorrow," he says, smiling at my stubborn determination to stay awake. "I'll fall asleep faster if you stay with me," I say, scooting over so that he can lie next to me. When he relents and gets into the bed beside me, I hug him to me. If I could save a moment of time, this would definitely be one. "I never seem to get enough time with you," I whispered dreamily, feeling his arms around me. "Come away with me and you can have eternity with me," he says, but his tone is strained with worry. Smoothing my fingertips over his cheek, I say, "If I leave now, Russell will always be the regret that will lie between us, like a disease. I never want there to be anything between us. I want it to be just you and just me." Reed's face inches closer to mine on the pillow as he says, "Let me try to explain something to you, Evie. All of these years that I have been here, it is as if I have been sleeping. I have to always pretend to be something that I am not, pretend to be human. When I am not pretending to be human, then I am hunting evil, vicious angels who want nothing more than to—" His voice trails off, and there is hollowness in his tone that reflects the loneliness of his existence. "But now I am awake, for the first time in my existence, and not only am I awake, but I feel flames when you are near me. You have changed things for me. There is no reason to pretend around you. If I had to live without you now that I know what I have been missing—" The need in his voice makes me want to promise him anything, give him anything, just to fill that void in him. "I cannot go back to sleep, Evie. You are the only thing that makes me want to live. If you leave here, if you ascend to paradise, or even if you are cast into the abyss or taken there by the fallen, I will have to follow you, no matter where you go, even if I have to pursue you into the dark. If you cease to be, then so will I. You are my sin and my redemption." "Reed, don't talk like that. I would never want that for you. Never," I say, hugging him tight. "Then it's your job to survive. Promise me that you'll do everything in your power to live," he says. "Shh, Reed," I say immediately, trying to soothe him. "I mean it, Evie. I spoke to Zephyr, and he told me what you did, what you said, trading your life for mine." "I can't have that," Reed whispers. "Reed, I've never been in love before, and as far as being loved in return, never like this. There is no limit to what I would do for you," I whisper to him, trying to make him see how much he means to me. "You make me want more time, more of your love, more of you. And I promise you, I'll make sure you're never, never bored again. Evie, if I have you, I know I will never be bored again. He smiles and holds me until I fall asleep in his arms. Chapter 19. Art Exhibition. In the morning, I awake to sun streaming in the windows of Reed's guest bedroom. Reed is next to me when I open my eyes. "This is for you," he says simply, extending an ebony box to me. Taking it, I sit up and rest against the pillows. "What is it?" I ask with a small smile. "Your birthday present. Open it." He smiles at me with an air of anticipation. When I lift the lid to the box, an exquisite necklace rests against a bed of black silk. I know absolutely nothing about jewelry, but the stone in the center of the platinum setting is the most beautiful gem I've ever seen. It is blood red in the shape of a shield. "What is it?" I ask in awe as my fingers tremble a little when I touch the beautiful jewel. "It's a rock. I found it a long time ago," he explains with a shrug. "This is a rock?" I ask him as my eyes widen. "Technically, it's a red diamond," he says, taking it from the box. I gather my hair and allow him to put it on me. I cut the facet of the stone, shaped it, but I wanted to have it set properly, so I took it to a friend of mine in Chicago. When he finishes clasping it to me, I lift the gem to look at it as I say, "And you found this diamond?" I ask in disbelief. "Just lying around?" "Yes. It reminds me of you. It, too, is full of hidden fire," he says, his voice soft with affection. "Do you like it?" "It's perfect," I breathe as I wrap my arms around his neck, hugging him tight. "When did you find it?" "A few centuries ago. In Africa," he replies. "Of course you did," I say to cover up my shock. "You'll have to tell me all about it." I spend the next few weeks at Reed's house waiting for the dust that I've unwittingly stirred up to settle. I can't go to my classes, but Reed has taken care of that for me. He picks up all of my assignments from class, and then he tutors me so that I don't fall behind. I can tell that he believes this is a waste of time, since he plans for us to leave Crestwood as soon as Russell is safe, but he is kind enough not to say it. I am hoping that I can stay long enough for things to go back to normal. Well, maybe not normal, because normal is a stretch for me, but back to the way things were before, so it will be safe enough to stay. I don't want to leave Crestwood. I would miss Brownie, Buns, Freddie, and Russell. Brownie and Buns think I am shacking up with Reed in our own private love nest. I let them think it because I can't come up with a better excuse for me being here night and day. If they only knew the complete torture it is to try to sleep in the same house with Reed. His very presence sets my blood on fire, but I am completely breakable right now. Thankfully, my supposedly active love life doesn't stop them from coming over to check on me daily. Since field hockey has ended for the season, I don't have to make excuses for not going to practice. But they are worried that I am getting too obsessed with Reed again. "Sweetie, you should come back to the dorm. We miss you," Bun says one night when we are sitting in Reed's media room watching movies. Zephyr is here too. He just can't stay away when Buns and Brownie come over. "I know I should go back to my room, Buns, but it's just so much nicer here. You're both welcome here anytime you want to come and hang out. Plus, this way, Z can hang out with us too," I reply, gazing at Zephyr, who is seated between Buns and Brownie, looking very content. I think, secretly, both girls prefer coming here as well, because of Zephyr, but I don't say it. So things fall into a routine of sorts. The girls visit me every day after class, and I scheme over ways to get through to Russell. I miss Freddie, though. I talk to him every day on the phone, but he's not coming into Reed's house to see me, which annoys me. Reed invites my Uncle Jim to his home in Crestwood for Thanksgiving. It is under the guise that Reed would have to spend it alone, since his parents are supposedly in Europe on business. Since Uncle Jim and I usually just make a couple of turkey lunch meat sandwiches to celebrate the occasion, Uncle Jim agrees to come to Crestwood to celebrate the holiday. When they meet again, Uncle Jim seems to really like Reed, but then, what's not to like? We pass Zephyr off as Reed's cousin who has come into town at the last minute. It doesn't seem like much of a stretch. They do have a fair resemblance to one another, since both Reed and Zephyr appear young, like they are entering their 20s. When you speak to them, however, it is absurd that no one can see that they can't possibly be as young as they look. Neither of them can pull off slang well. After the best Thanksgiving dinner I've ever tasted, all due to Andre and his sheer genius in the kitchen, Reed introduces my uncle to his gaming room. Uncle Jim finds particular interest in Reed's high-tech, liquid-cooled Alienware notebook. It is fun to watch my uncle and Reed with their heads together, discussing gaming strategies and speculating on upcoming technologies. I enjoy spending the day with them, but in the back of my mind, I worry about Russell, who had gone home to be with his family. Russell hasn't spoken to me since my birthday, when he'd called me creepy. When school starts up again after the break, I try everything I can think of to get Russell to come to Reed's house so that I can speak to him, but he ignores all of my attempts. I call him, and he won't answer his phone. I leave him text messages, I send emails, and I even break down and write him letters. Reed will absolutely not bend when I plead with him to let me go and try to talk to Russell. Zephyr, it turns out, is one of the best assets I could ever have prayed for, because he agrees to watch Russell for me while I am grounded. He doesn't complain about it either. At least, he didn't complain until today. He walks in the door, going straight to the library to pour a drink from the bar. Following him into the room, I try to speak, but he holds up his hand to me, rubbing his head as if he has a killer headache. After he has a few sips of his drink, he turns to me and says, "Explain the sour blonde girl to me." "I'm sorry, the sour blonde girl?" I ask him in confusion as I walk across the library to his side. "Yes, the one that never stops speaking but really has nothing relevant to say. The one that makes me want to kill something," he expounds, and then takes another deep sip from his glass. I inhale a huge breath, making a gasping sound, and say, "Candace!" Grabbing the glass out of his hand, I take my own large sip of it. "What's he doing? Did he get back together with her?" I ask in a pained voice as the liquid burns a path down my throat. Frowning at me, he takes the glass from my hand, replacing it with a glass of water. Then I start ranting. Why am I even bothering to try to save him if he has decided to slowly kill himself with her? She's like taking poison, you know, but that slow poison that doesn't kill you all at once. It kills you by degrees, a little bit each day. I see your point, but the fact that he didn't get rid of her leads me to believe that her incessant talking makes him unable to think about anything else, or anyone. He replies significantly, holding his glass out of my reach when I would have stolen it from him again. "Drink your water," he says in a stern tone. I think he likes girls that talk a lot. His sisters talk a lot, he once told me. Maybe Candace is his type, I say, trying to sound offhand about it. How is that possible when she is nothing like you, and you are his soulmate? He asks me with a quirk of his eyebrow. He won't answer any of my phone calls, and I think he's deleting my text messages without reading them. He thinks I'm a monster. Maybe I am, I say despondently. I have to do something. Why? He is in no danger from... I am sorry, what was her name again? Zephyr asks me. Candace, I reply, wrinkling my nose as if I smell something awful. If he's with her again, that means he's in pain. And if he's in pain, it's my fault. Some pain is unavoidable, Zephyr replies. You have to take me with you when you follow him tonight, Z. I have to see him for myself. I have to make sure that he's okay. I can't just stay here. He'll never forgive me if I don't talk to him. I plead with Zephyr, hoping he will see my point of view. You want his forgiveness? For what? He asks me, and his tone becomes severe. I don't say anything, but he gets the picture. You want forgiveness for what you are, because you are not entirely human? I nod, dropping my eyes from him because his stare makes me squirm a little. He cannot absolve you for that, and maybe you should stop seeking absolution for something you have no control over. You have to let me see him. Please? I beg. Reed won't do it. He's being way too overprotective. I know he's just being cautious, but you both said that the souls have all but disappeared. You haven't seen any other angels in days, especially after you took care of those fallen that were hanging around campus. They seem to have gotten the message. Come here and we'll kill you dead. Yes, he says with a slow smile. It has been quite satisfying protecting you. You are like a lure for the supernatural, drawing us all to you. Maybe we should let you out. I still feel like killing something. Even though Zephyr had said it teasingly, I jump at his comment. It'll have to be tonight then. Reed is supposed to make an appearance at the fundraising event tonight, I say. He won't be pleased that you went out without him, Zephyr predicts, watching me for my reaction to his words. And you did promise to follow orders to the letter, he reminds me, throwing my words in my face. I said I'd stay here until it was safe, and I'll be going with you as a chaperone. What could be safer? I ask, playing to his ego. He narrows his eyes at me. I widen mine, attempting to look innocent. If you get Reed to agree, then I will take you with me, but he has to agree. I'm not going to be in the middle of your manipulation. Let me know what he says. No, don't bother. I'll ask him myself before he leaves. Zephyr replies, watching me over the rim of his glass as he takes another sip. Fine, Z, I say in frustration, and then I add, just how old are you? You don't let me get away with anything. It's not age, it's experience, and I'm not wrapped around your little finger like everyone else around here, he replies, smiling. You're really cute, though. We need to work on your ability to play on your opponent's weaknesses. What are your weaknesses? I ask him scathingly. I don't have any, he says with a straight face, which makes me burst out laughing. Uh-huh, I'll find them. Trust me. I grin. In the Range Rover outside Russell's dormitory, I shiver in the passenger seat. The weather has definitely turned from fall to winter. I want to ask Reed to turn the car back on so that I can blast the heater vents directly at my frozen fingers, but I already feel guilty for making him do this, so I'm trying to be as undemanding as possible. Are you cold? Reed asks softly. No, I shake my head. I'm okay. You are shivering, he points out. I'm fine, I insist. Evie, Reed says my name with exasperation. Okay, I'm freezing, I say. Please put the heat on. Reed immediately starts the car. Turning the heat on full, he points the vents at me. Why didn't you tell me? He asks with a frown. Leaning nearer to the vents, I sigh. I didn't want to bother you. Reed's eyebrows rise. And freezing was preferable to bothering me? I know you don't want to do this. I was just trying to be less of a pain, I say, glancing at him. I could have come with Z. His perfect lips flatten in a thin line. It's not that I object to being here. It's that I think you should be at home. Safe. Russell won't talk to me there, I murmur as I watch the front of Russell's dorm for any sign of him. I could have brought him to you, Reed says with a small, sublime smile. That wouldn't be helpful, I say with a frown, imagining Reed forcing Russell to come and see me. Why do you need to talk to him now? Reed asks. Zephyr has been guarding him. He is as safe as we can make him. We should have just let Z come tonight as planned. I don't know why I have to talk to him now. I just do, I murmur. You love him, Reed says in a low tone, and the ache that I see in his eyes makes me feel awful. Reaching out, I take Reed's hand in mine while I say, I love you so much it hurts sometimes. When you wouldn't talk to me, it felt like I couldn't breathe, like I was slowly drowning without you. I know I have to be with you, but I also know that there is a piece of me that loves Russell. He's my best friend. I have to make sure that he survives whatever is coming, or that piece of me will suffer forever. I can't afford to make any mistakes. There won't be any do-overs in this. I don't have the luxury of time on my side to get you or Russell to see reason. I feel like time is almost up. Do you understand what I'm saying? I ask him sadly. Please don't mistake my desperation as me not loving you. He lifts my hand in his, kissing it gently. You know, it's easy to forget that you are just 18 years old. I am certain that you've been here on Earth many times, in many different lifetimes. I know you don't remember paradise, but I'm certain you are from there as well, he says softly. His certainty that I am not evil soothes the raw ache inside of me. Why do souls come back? I mean, life is kind of hard. Why do we have to do it more than once? I ask. There are many different reasons for a soul to return to live another life, but in your case, I would say it is because you are an ace of sorts. He smiles at me. An ace? I ask, unsure of what he means. An ace in a deck of cards. Have you ever played that card game War? Reed asks me, and I nod my head. It is probably the only card game I know. The ace is the highest card, and the 2 is the lowest. The object of the game is to collect all of the cards by facing them off against each other. The ace always ends up winning more cards when you play it. I suspect you always seem to win more souls for our side to take back to paradise with you. God seems to like aces. He plays them as often as he can. You really think my soul is an ace? I ask him, struggling to get what he is saying. But you don't know that for sure. I mean, I could be an ace for the other team, couldn't I? You can't tell if my soul is evil or anything like that, can you? I ask him, trying to clarify his theory. He frowns, saying, You are not evil. I sigh. I know you think I'm not, but you can't be completely certain. I'm certain, he replies immediately, no longer willing to entertain the possibility that I am on the other team. I sit quietly next to Reed while he strokes the back of my hand in his. You think that time is almost up? For your premonition? Reed says in a deceptively casual tone that is not reaching his eyes. My heartbeat thumps heavily as I nod. Uh-huh. Then time is up. We will leave tonight, Reed says with a mixture of finality and relief. Reed, I can't, I begin. Evie, you cannot possibly imagine what you mean to me. We have a much better language to describe the love I feel for you, but it doesn't translate, he says. If something were to happen to you, his jaw grows taut. You have to escape this before the chaos buries you beneath it. I won't risk your life like this anymore. I'll never leave you, I whisper, moving into his strong embrace. I promise you that I won't. Z can guard Russell, Reed says, still holding me close. Just let me talk to Russell, I plead, trying to avoid committing to his will. Reed sighs deeply. You have tonight. If you don't find him, you can send him a postcard. I'm making arrangements to leave in the morning. He pulls back from me to look in my eyes. Glancing away from Reed, I try to come up with a way to make him relent and let me stay. Then, I spot Russell heading out of his dormitory with a backpack full of books, and my heart beats harder in my chest. It looks as if he's heading to the library to study. Finals are next week, so it makes sense that he would be cramming for them. Turning to Reed, I say nervously, There he is. Wish me luck. With a small frown, Reed mutters, Good luck. Thanks, I reply, opening the car door and climbing out. As I close the door, I discreetly hide the necklace Reed gave me beneath the silken neckline of my blouse. Then, I catch up to Russell in the parking lot by the bookstore. Russell, please stop. I need to talk to you. Go away, Genevieve, Russell says, seeing me behind him. The scowl on his face makes it clear he really means it. Russell, please. I know you think I'm creepy, but you have to talk to me, I beg him. Turning around, Russell says angrily, Why? Why do I have to talk to you? Why can't you just leave me alone? Whirls of his breath curl and float away from his face. Because I'm worried about you. Because I can't rest until I know you're okay. And you're not okay, so here I am, trying to be your friend, I answer. You can't be my friend, he says without having to think about it. Why? I ask him sadly. "'Cause you're not normal. You're a freak," he spits out. I try to ignore the pain squeezing my heart as I say, "Yeah, I guess I am a freak, but I'm also the same person you met on the first day of school. There isn't much difference, except for the fact that I have evolved a bit since then, but essentially I'm the same." "What are you trying to do to me? What do you want from me?" Russell asks me, and the pain in his voice almost breaks me. "I just want to help you. Please, Russell," I reply. "You want to help me? Well, then get out of my head. Get out of my dreams. Stop calling me and stop writing me. Go away and never come back. I never want to see your face again. You creepy half thing," Russell says with his teeth clenching. Thinking he might hit me, I back up and put my hands out in front of me. "Shh, Russell, it's okay. I promise I'll go away soon. I promise you. You won't have to see me ever again soon. I just want to know that you're safe. And then I'll go." "I'm so sorry, Russell. I'm so sorry," I whisper as hot tears run from my eyes. Russell stalks toward me then, looking desperate. Grasping my chin with one hand, he forces me to look into his eyes. "You just stay away from me, do you understand? Just stay away." "Russell, I'm so sorry." I trail off because he squeezes my face tighter, making me wince. He lets go of me then, backing away. He turns, and picking up the backpack he had dropped, he walks away toward the library. He never looks back. Leaning against a parked car, I try to stop crying. The piece of me that loves Russell twists inside of me and writhes in pain. Can I exist without a soul? I wonder. I feel like I am about to find out because that part of me feels like it is dying. Slowly, I walk back toward the car. As I come into view, Reed is instantly at my side. He growls when he sees my bruised chin. "I will break his jaw," he says in cool anger. "Then I will really hurt him." "No!" I cry, grasping his hand. "Russell is just freaking out a little. This is nothing," I say, indicating my chin. "I just have to keep things secret from now on, since it's clear he wants nothing more to do with a freak like me. We just have to be stealthy, so he doesn't know we're watching him," I whisper, because I'm having trouble maintaining a normal tone. "We no longer need to remain here. I will kill him, and then we will leave," Reed states plainly. My heart races in panic. "You're not going to kill Russell. I'll be completely healed in 10 minutes or less," I say adamantly. Reed's brows draw together dangerously. "He hurt you," Reed replies in a forceful tone. "I tasered you by the lake, remember?" I ask him quietly. He frowns at me darkly. "That was different. You were scared, and it didn't even hurt me." Russell is scared too. I see his reaction as the same kind of thing, and I can handle it, I say, opening my car door and getting into the passenger side. "It's like you said earlier. I have a talent for eliciting strong emotion in others. I can see that now." I watch him get in the car and start the engine. Beware the power of the mutant. Reed frowns. "You are not a mutant. I have seen mutants, and they look nothing like you," he says. "You've seen mutants? What do they look like?" I ask him, watching his scowl fade a little. "I want to show you something," Reed says, turning the engine on and pulling away from the curb. Grateful to be back in the car, I immediately turn all of the heat vents at me and put the fan on high. "I have helped Z follow your soulmate for weeks now," he continues, "and I have watched him come here every day for the past week since it opened. I will show you his spot," he says, pulling up to the Sage Center. Exiting the car, Reed escorts me inside the building where the art exhibition is in full swing. A bar is set up in the lobby of the first floor, and elegantly attired men and women mill around, discussing the art and the artists on display. He leads me up the grand staircase to the second floor of the building, to where the Sam McKinnon art exhibition adorns the walls. The exhibition has drawn a large crowd of well-dressed patrons tonight, and I feel a little out of place in my jeans. I am grateful that I have on one of the sexy silk tops that Reed had given me. That helps to dress up my jeans. Shrugging out of my coat, I take my gloves off as we approach the gallery. Reed ushers me beyond several beautiful portraits to the one on display away from the rest, like it has its own place of honor outside of the others. This painting has special lighting and seating near it. Gazing at the exquisite brushstrokes, I am in awe that I had posed for this portrait. It looks as if it could have been painted centuries ago. It is in the style of a Rembrandt or a Vermeer. Reed shows me to the bench directly in front of it. Pointing to the seat, he says, "This is where Russell sits when he comes here." Sitting quietly on the bench, he indicates. I study the portrait critically. Sam had chosen to go with the sensual pose that he must have gotten when I was watching Reed that day. I notice several people admiring it overtly. Reed disappears for a moment, and then he returns with a brochure for the exhibition. The portrait of me is on the cover of the brochure. Russell takes one of these each time he comes here. It is like he cannot help himself, he says, sitting down next to me on the bench. "Thank you," I say simply as tears well up in my eyes. We sit there together for a long time, neither one of us speaking, until the crowd dwindles. Then, I feel Reed stiffen next to me. It is not overt, just a tensing of his muscles, but it sends alarm bells off inside my head. Glancing at him, I try to see what has set him off. "Evie," Reed says calmly, "when I tell you, you must run as fast as you can to my house and find Z. You will not hesitate, and you will not try to assist me. Do you understand?" He asks in a tone so low that only I could possibly hear him. My heart thumps painfully as I ask, "What is it?" "Fallen. At least 3. All fanning out." He replies succinctly. "I will help you escape. Don't worry. Just be ready," he says. "I'm not leaving you," I begin, but Reed cuts me off. "You will follow my orders," he says firmly. Reed's eyes dart around the room rapidly, assessing our surroundings. His jaw grows taut. "There may be more fallen here than this. I have to get you out of here. Go to Zephyr. He will keep you safe until I get there," he says quickly. All of a sudden, I feel like we are trapped in a tight box with no room to move around. "But what about you?" I start to say. Reed's eyebrows draw together. "I'm not breakable, like you," he explains urgently. When he glances at my face and sees my doubt, he growls, "You have to listen to me now, Evie." With my heart pounding in my ears, I see a beautiful angel enter from the emergency stairwell near us. He is striking, with black hair almost to his waist and topaz-color eyes. He could be an Aztec warrior stepping through time if it isn't for the fact that he is dressed to blend in for an art exhibition. His eyes zero in on me as if he knew I'd be here. All of the hair on the back of my neck stands up in an instant. My wings move within my back. They want to pop out, and I don't think I can keep that from happening. I look over my shoulder, catching sight of 2 more angels behind us. One is very, very tall with white blonde hair. He resembles a Viking in stature. The other one is more normal, with brown hair, but beautiful nonetheless. How did they find us? Rising from the bench with blinding speed, Reed appends an easel that had displayed a smaller portrait. With a swift movement, he rips a couple of the wooden legs off of it, holding one like a javelin. Drawing his arm back, he throws one faster than I can track it. Seeing the fallen angel with the brown hair lift off of his feet and rocket backward, I realize where the javelin has gone. The wood embeds in the wall behind us, impaling him there. Crumpling listlessly, I think Reed has killed him for sure, but then his head moves, and he looks back up at us wickedly. Regaining his feet, he ruthlessly tries to pull himself off of the stick skewering him. Reed throws the other stick, crushing his skull, and he stops struggling. A harrowing scream lodges unvoiced in my throat. Shifting my gaze back to the Aztec angel in front of me, he has already sprouted his wings. They are covered in thick black feathers trimmed in white, like a vulture's. Reed doesn't hesitate at all as his shirt tears away from him, exposing his wings with a loud whoosh sound. He picks up the bench next to mine, holding it in front of me like a shield. Something riddles the front of the bench as splintering holes punch through the wood. When the rapid-fire drumming stops, Reed throws the bench at the Aztec angel. It smashes him back into the stairwell, knocking the gun out of his hand. This all happens in a fraction of a second. People don't even realize that they are in the presence of angels. The humans haven't heard the gunshots from the silencer. They seem frozen in place like statues, while the angels fight around them. But then, I realize they aren't really frozen. The angels are so much faster than them that it is as if we don't share the same plane of existence with humans. Reed bends down, pulling a short-handled knife from the leg strap under his pant leg and a small metal disc. In one fluid motion, he swings the knife forward, releasing the blade. Spiraling with a whistling sound, it flies at the angel behind us. Finding its mark, the blade sticks out of the Viking angel's eye. Nausea chokes me as I turn away from him. I don't see if the knife wound stops him because Reed scoops me up in a flash, holding me in his arms like a child. The metal disc breaks open, spewing hazy white smoke into the room. The smoke hides the dead angels in its cloud. After Reed pulls the fire alarm in a blink of an eye, we are at the railing of the balcony, overlooking the lobby in a millisecond. Reed whispers in my ear, "When you hit the ground, run. Don't stop for anything until you reach Z." I don't have time to say "excuse me" as I fall through the air toward the lobby floor. Reed had pitched me over the balcony a couple of floors up. Landing on my feet before going down on one knee in a crouch, I touched the floor lightly with the palms of my hands. I'm okay, I think, recovering quickly from the shock of being thrown off the balcony. I shoot up off my knee and run in the direction of the exit. The entire place is in chaos. People rush to exit through the front doors, trying to escape from smoke and the blaring noise emanating from the fire alarms. Almost making it to the exit, I see something approaching me like a freight train in my peripheral vision. Before I can react, it runs right into me, forcing me through the window in front of the Sage Center. The glass shatters as we land in a heap on the front lawn of the auditorium. Pieces of glass cut into my skin. Trying to clear my head, I look over, seeing the chiseled profile of an angel lying next to me on the ground. Turning his face toward me, he lets out a feral growl. But before he can hurt me, Reed pounces on him, smashing his fist into the angel's jaw, crushing in the side of his face. Blood spatters me as I sit frozen, watching. "Run, Evie!" Reed growls, while another angel tries to run past Reed to get to me. Reed twists up, catching him around the neck, clotheslining him. They grapple together on the ground before Reed tears his head off his neck. Growls sound behind us as several more angels burst through the broken window of the Sage Center. Reed's eyes meet mine. "Run!" he shouts at me. Scrambling to my feet, I just evade an angel's outstretched hand by a hair's breadth. I have no time to think as I run toward the parking lot. Dodging through small groups of people by parked cars, I have to put out my hands as I plow into the side of a white Mercedes. "Evie, hey, sup?" Freddie asks, smiling at me from inside his car. "Freddie!" I say, opening his car door and jumping into the passenger seat. "Go! Go! Go!" I scream at him, rolling the window up and locking the door. The car moves forward at a snail's pace as Freddie smiles at me delightedly. "Evie, it's so good to see you. I missed you. You look awful." He laughs at me from the driver's seat. "Freddie, you have to go faster. I have to get to Reed's house. There are bad guys out there and they're trying to hurt me. Go faster!" I urge him in a panic. "I need to find Z," I shout at him. I start searching through the back window of his car to see where the angel behind me has gone. He has to be out there, I think. He can probably skip faster than this car is going. I wince when I twist, clutching my side as a sharp pain penetrates my panic. I'm getting blood on Freddie's car seat, I think, feeling the blood oozing from a cut on my head. Freddie clucks his tongue sympathetically before saying, "Did Volos break your ribs when he pushed you out the window?" "Well, I did say get her to my car by any means necessary, so I really can't complain about how it was done." "Freddie, I say as confusion clouds my mind. "You know, I really love that name you gave me. Freddie. It's so innocent and pure. A Freddie would never hurt you, would he? A Freddie would be your best friend. Alfred is always suspect and, well, nerdy," he says, wrinkling his nose. "I'm going to keep my name, Freddie, if you don't mind, because it really will suit my new life. I plan on doing everything right this time. No more killing and maiming. It will be a new chapter in my life," Freddie says pleasantly, smiling at me lovingly. "I don't... What are you talking about?" I ask him, feeling like someone is running a cube of ice down my spine. As if reminded of something, Freddie says, "Oh, that's right. You don't know what I am, do you?" Holding my aching ribs, my voice is weak as I whisper, "You're Freddie. You're my friend." Freddie smiles sadly before brushing my hair back from my cheek as he drives. "I've wanted to tell you so many times, you have no idea. I know that you're the one person to have understood me and loved me anyway. I truly regret that things have turned out this way, but it really is your fault. I had a handle on everything. You were mine, Russell was mine, and I could have had you both with me forever. Well, maybe not Russell, but certainly you. But you ruined it, didn't you?" My skin grows pale as drips of blood fall from my jaw. "Freddie," I whisper, "are you an angel?" "Of course. I'm really surprised you never figured it out. Maybe it's because I'm not like the ones that you seem to surround yourself with lately," he replies blandly. "I had to stay away from the powers or they would have dispatched me. Usually they tend not to notice Reapers. That's why I was sent to do this job. It's why I've been so good at it until now. They almost don't even see me. I'm so beneath their radar. Power Angels aren't interested in me because I have a legitimate reason for being here." My fingers tremble as I touch the cut on my head. "A Reaper?" I ask in confusion. Freddie smiles at me sympathetically again. "I'm a Reaper. An angel of death, Evie. I negotiate souls for the damned," he says plainly, and I try to keep my mouth from falling open. "I thought I was going to have to tell you before now, especially when we went to Coldwater and saw the possessed one. It did follow us, you know. It wanted to tear your heart out, but I wouldn't let it. I had to shrive the possessed soul just to stop it from killing you. That won't be looked upon favorably where I come from," he says, with a grimace as his jaw tightens in anger. "You saved me from the Shadow Man?" I ask in a whisper because my throat is very tight. Freddie suddenly grins. "Yes, Shadow Man. That's good, that's funny." Freddie chuckles. "I noticed that you noticed him. I was impressed at how brave you acted trying to protect me from what you saw. I had to take care of it because you're mine, my love," he says earnestly, and goosebumps break out on my arms. "But I've lost you, haven't I? The powers are going to take you away from me, and there is little I can do to stop that. I would have to answer for my mistakes in the abyss if I let you slip away from me. They don't tolerate mistakes," he says, shuddering. "Freddie," I gasp, "I'll help you." "How?" he asks, quirking his eyebrow. "I don't... Reed can..." I begin. Freddie scowls at me. "Your power will shred me the moment he realizes that I've been near you," he says in a sinister tone. "But..." I stutter. "I thought he was going to shred you, that night by the lake, but he didn't. He fell in love with you instead," Freddie says grimly. "There is almost something magical about you, Evie. You've enchanted him." He trails off, thinking. "I had to break you two up. I thought the roses on the bed were quite clever. I knew you'd recognize Russell's necklace in them. and that Reed would freak because he knows better than to get between two soulmates. Divine powers are so pathetic, always looking for signs and things, waiting to be called back to paradise. He sneers. You did that? The roses at Reed's house? I ask as my hands tremble. He doesn't know about my nightmares. He just did it to break us up. I was desperate. You two were together all the time. If Sheol had discovered that I'd lost control of you. Freddie's scowl eases as he says, But don't worry. I've come up with a plan to avoid the retribution of Sheol. Of course, this will piss them off, but whatever. You're my free ride out of that, aren't you? He smiles, and even though I don't know what he is saying, it makes me feel nauseous. I had to enlist the aid of other fallen angels tonight just to get you away from your boyfriend. I needed strong fighters, powers and archangels, but everything has a price. I had to promise that I would give you to them once I have what I need. They think the seraphim in Sheol know of my plans. You mean the fallen seraphim? I squeak. Freddie's blue eyes seem dull, soulless. Who do you think sent me to watch you in the first place? They're all interested in you, he says cunningly. Goosebumps rise on my skin. Why are the fallen interested in me? I ask him bluntly. You have to ask, he asks incredulously. What about you isn't interesting? My lips thin in a grim line. But I'm not, I stammer. Freddie's expression turns thoughtful. You really don't know, do you? I've always wondered if you knew something because it's hard to believe that you're this naive, innocent. Interesting. There are so many things about you to want. I'm surprised your boyfriend hasn't enlightened you on the many facets of what you could be. Freddie says cryptically. What I could be? I whisper. Freddie's eyes narrow. You could be a powerful weapon, if you could be controlled, he says in a thoughtful tone. What? I ask breathlessly. Freddie smiles ironically. Of course no one but me knew exactly where you'd gone. Until now. I hadn't told them that you'd come to Crestwood, since I haven't been back to Sheol in a while. I had to stay away so that you wouldn't smell it on me. It can be very rank. Only the angels that answer to me know you're here now, but they're all vicious deceivers, nearly impossible to control. I didn't trust any of them. That is, until tonight. They're going to help me get what I want. Something squeezes my heart painfully. And what's that, Freddie? I ask him coolly, but my hands are shaking badly. His eyebrow quirks cunningly as he asks, What would solve all of my problems and give me a clean slate? My eyebrows draw together in confusion. I trail off as something occurs to me. Yes, he smiles grimly, seeing my face growing deathly pale. Your soul will give me redemption. If I refuse to sin after you give it to me, then I'll be allowed a place in paradise. His harsh expression begins to fade, being replaced by a dreamy sort of smile. I can't wait to see the look on the cherubim faces when I stroll along the... Freddie begins speaking in his angelic language, so I can't understand a word he says. As he rambles on, his face flushes. I interrupt him. Why would my soul give you redemption? How do you know that it's not evil and would bar you from your paradise? I ask him searchingly. His expression turns bitter. The Sheol seraphim don't share their information with Reapers. They just give orders. I only know what I've observed of you, he says with his jaw tight with anger. So, you don't know where I came from? I ask him in a soft tone. No, I was assigned to you recently, just before school started, he replies. But knowing you as I do, I find it highly unlikely that your soul has ever been to Sheol, but I really don't care if it has. Once I take it from you, I'll purify it one way or another, he says with smugness. I'll have to rip your soul from your body in order to assess its level of sin and evil. We never know what we're getting until the soul leaves the body. And then the negotiations for it begin. I wince at his words. Purify it? How? I ask him urgently. Freddy's eyes narrow in a belligerent way. I'm a Reaper. I know every angle there is to achieve redemption. Selfless acts, sorrowful amends. Once I have your soul, I will no longer be damned, and I'll get to keep something of you with me for eternity because I really do love you, Evie. He says with a semblance of regret. I would have taken care of you, but you chose to ignore me. I was all you needed, and you ruined it. The shock of what he is saying is wearing off, and I am increasingly desperate to get away from him. Freddy, I say, while my fingernails claw the door handle, trying to pull it open, but it is locked. If you try to leave, I'll break your arm, Freddy says with menace. He put his hand on my arm and squeezes it until I think it will break. As I whimper in pain, he lets go of me. Panting, I whisper, You're talking about stealing my soul from me one minute and then saying that you love me almost in the same breath. It's a little schizophrenic. Do you expect me just to hand my soul over to you? I ask in a thin voice. I don't know how to do that, even if I wanted to. Don't worry, I'm an expert with souls. Reaper, remember? He asks with a humorless smile. Feeling like an insect trapped in a hot car, I look around for a way out, asking, So Reapers are evil, is that it? No, not all Reapers are fallen, Freddy says with a darkening frown. But no one thinks very much of us on either side. We don't rank very high among other angels. He points to his chest vehemently, saying, I was made promises in paradise by the ones who said they would change that, but we were all cast out. It was even worse for me after the fall. Freddy seethes, embittered from the disillusionment of unfulfilled promises. But now I'm in charge. I have complete control here. The other angels will follow my orders, he says, like he is assuring himself more than me. They don't like it, though, he says conspiratorially. We operate on what you would call a caste system. I'm one of the lowest orders in that system. A Reaper is looked upon very much like a garbage collector. In Sheol, I'm just someone who brings in the trash. They don't realize how much effort it takes to prove a soul is evil. He finishes belligerently. Freddy, I'm not giving you my soul, I say in a quiet, shaking tone. When Reed gets his hands on you, there won't be anything left to send back to hell, I warn him, trying to convince him to stop his plan. Are you sure about that, Evie? Freddy asks with dull blue eyes. Because Russell is going to be so disappointed if you don't. Russell? I ask breathlessly as he turns the wheel, pulling it into the parking lot of the 7-Eleven. My heart races, making me feel dizzy as I sit looking at the facade of the 7-Eleven. All of the lights are on, but the windows are blurry. They are obscured by what appears to be waves of heat, like the kind that come off of hot pavement in summer, but it is winter. I can almost imagine it is a mirage that will disappear any moment. Freddy moves supernaturally fast to my door, opening it for me. He extends his hand to me, but I don't take it. Come on, Evie, Freddy sighs irritably. You know I can easily make you go in there without much effort. But I don't need to because Russell needs you. You're not going to let him die, are you? Your soulmate? Not when you can save him. I'll let you save him. It can be your last selfless act. I tremble at his words, spoken without malice. I avoid taking the hand that Freddy offers to me, stepping out of his car without aid. Straightening, I gaze at the building ahead of me, trying to hear what is going on inside. It is silent. No sound penetrates the blurry image, but the smell is like nothing I've ever inhaled before. It's as if the worst offal has been strewn around and left to bake in the sun for days. And even that analogy can't begin to describe the odor. My wings fly out of my back on their own, just as I turn and retch all over the interior of Freddy's Mercedes. That might have been somewhat satisfying if it hadn't hurt so much. My broken ribs ache from the involuntary movement. You're a seraph, Freddy growls at me, jealous. I can't answer him as I attempt to wipe the vomit from my mouth with the back of my hand. You're the most beautiful seraphim I've ever beheld, he says grudgingly. He reaches out and touches my wings gently, and I nearly vomit again. "You know that seraphim are the highest rank," he begins. "I don't care about that, Freddie," I reply in a croak. My comment surprises him. "You want to see mine?" he asks me, but before I can answer him, he takes off his shirt, unleashing his wings. I don't know what I would have expected Freddie's wings to be like, but they are so far removed from the expected that I'm convinced I wouldn't have guessed this. His wings aren't like Reed's wings, or even mine, since ours both resemble that of an avian. No, his wings are the exact image of a dragonfly's wings. He has 4, 2 on either side of his back. They are an iridescent bluish-green, and they look so thin I can almost see through them. When he moves them, it sounds like a vibrating buzzsaw, just like I would expect from a dragonfly. I reach out with my fingertips in horror and fascination, touching his wing. It feels delicate, like stiff paper. "I'm so stupid, Freddie. How could I have not known about you?" I ask him sadly, drawing my hand back from him. I want to mourn the death of my friend because this isn't the Freddie that I know. "I love you like a brother, Freddie. Don't do this." Freddie's eyes narrow viciously. "Just look at this like sibling rivalry, then. You have what I need, and if it comes down to you or me, then I choose me. I can't go back to Sheol and tell them I failed and let you leave. Reed will never let me near you. I only just avoided him to get this far. He's not stupid. He would have discovered me sooner or later. Although he's quite blind whenever you're around. He has trouble seeing anything but you. You're his Achilles heel, if you know what I mean. Now, do I have to go in there and bring out a piece of Russell to convince you he's in there? Or are you going to come in and cooperate with me so that I can start my new life?" I rest my hand on his arm pleadingly. "You don't want to do this, Freddie," I say, trying to reason with him. "You and Russell are friends. Russell loves you. I know it," I beg. "I'm not so sure about that. I just watched Russell turn on his own soulmate in the parking lot tonight. I doubt Russell loves anything like he does you, and yet he almost smashed your face in," Freddie says, as if this intrigues him. I didn't see that coming. It kind of gave Russell a new flavor to me. He can be turned, you know. We could turn him to our side, I suspect. "Would you like me to see if he'll go evil?" Freddie asks me, and I feel sick again. "Leave him alone. He hasn't done anything to deserve this," I rasp. "That's it, Evie. I knew I could count on you. You'll do anything to protect him, won't you? I was hoping that you would. Now, shall we go? I've left Russell with some very nasty angels. They're not good company," Freddie says, taking my hand and dragging me effortlessly forward toward the 7-Eleven. "Time to save your soulmate." He holds the door wide open for me, and I recoil from the scene ahead. Placing his hand on the small of my back, Freddie ushers me into the fluorescent-lighted horror show. Searching for Russell among the desolation and destruction around me, I spot him at the back on the floor. A red-headed angel with the white wings of an archangel guards Russell. Russell isn't moving, but he is breathing. He has bruising near his left temple, and the cut above his left eye oozes blood onto the floor. He is unconscious. Stepping as lightly as I can around the debris littering the ground, I know it really isn't debris, but pieces of flesh. There is so much of it that it is as if someone had unwittingly stepped on a landmine and was blown to pieces. My foot slips on it once or twice before I even step in a few feet. The vinyl tile on the floor is as slick as an ice rink from the blood covering it. There are pieces of bodies everywhere I look. Seeing a torso with a red smock covering it, I know that the clerk hasn't survived the angel's rampage. Near the dismembered torso, I spy a strikingly handsome angel with olive skin sitting on the floor. He is holding the hand of a dead girl to his lips, casually ripping the flesh from her fingers with his teeth. Thick mottles of blood run down his chin on either side. Looking up at me, it takes a fraction of a second for his face to be a hair's breadth from my own. Wincing in terror, I turn my face away from the scent and sight of blood on his face and teeth, while he smiles broadly at me. Unbelievable fear makes my insides fall to pieces as I recognize him as the monster from my nightmares. Freddie puts a restraining hand on his chest. "Gaspard, not yet. She's not ready for you quite yet," Freddie says at my side. "Be patient, Killa. It will not take long. And then she'll be yours, like I promised." Gaspard speaks to me in Angel, but it is not even remotely compelling when it is delivered with tiny droplets of blood-soaked spittle. I don't shrug at him when he is done speaking because I've learned that they consider that rude, so I whisper in a low tone, "I don't speak your language." Gaspard smiles at me again, showing the flesh that is stuck between his teeth. "That is too bad. It sounds so much better in Angel than it does in human. I just told you that the centuries here have been worth every moment that I have suffered, now that I get to desecrate you, my beautiful seraph." He breathes, shuddering with delight and pressing his cheek to mine. The blood on his face smears my cheek, delivering its metallic scent to my nostrils. "I'm sure I won't enjoy a moment of that, Gaspard," I whisper back, clenching my teeth so that I won't gag again. Being near Gaspard has me reeling and off-kilter because he is such a strange, even absurd dichotomy. His black hair is finely groomed and well-kept with no stray hair to mar his perfect forehead or the masculine shape of his arching eyebrows. Only an angel could have a straight nose like his is. His mouth is sensual in its shape and fullness, but the gore that covers him and the sadistic twist of his top lip makes my heart pound with revulsion and ache to get away. Gaspard smiles angelically. "It could surprise you. You smell so delicious. Fear is just pouring out of you. It smells so stimulating," he says, inhaling deeply as he licks the blood from my cheek. I jump and shy back from him as a feral growl rips from his throat. He instantly turns from me to the angel approaching him from behind. He snarls a warning as if he is protecting his kill from another predator. His kill being me. My legs have gone numb, but I'm not sure if it is with relief or with fear as the other angel says, "She's not yours, Gaspard. I outrank you in this mission. You must relinquish her to me." This is the angel with the white wings and the red hair that has been standing by the coffee machines as I entered. He is the angel that was guarding Russell's limp body. Hesitating for only a moment, Gaspard stands up, straightening out of the defensive crouch he had adopted. Stepping back from me a fraction, he shrugs passively. A wicked smile crosses the other angel's face as the red-headed one comes toward me. I brace myself for whatever he might do to me, but I don't find out. Gaspard reaches out, grabbing him by the throat as he tries to saunter by. Snapping his neck, Gaspard then rips the head of the archangel right off of his body. He continues dismembering the angel as blood spatters across my face and body. The crunching and grinding sounds are almost unbearable as I close my eyes to block out the horrifying gore in front of me. "Well, I don't think Cade saw that coming," Freddie remarks. He turns to me and says, "Archangels think they own everything. They're kind of snobs, but they forget that Power Angels sometimes don't play nice. Sucks to be him." Gaspard, breathing hard from the exertion of dismembering his partner, doesn't look a bit remorseful. In fact, he is smiling at me almost tenderly. His twisted sneer is gone, and he is attempting to wipe some of the blood from my face with his hand. It is not working well, since his hands have more blood on them than my face does. "Ah, mon cher," he says in a seductive tone. "Do not worry. He will never have you. You are mine, and I don't share." "Thank you, Gaspard. You're too good to me," I reply softly, trying to match his seductive tone. "But, you know, it was probably all for naught, since Freddie plans on taking my soul from me. I doubt that I'll survive very long without it. You may have just killed your friend for nothing." The back of Freddie's hand cracks across my face in an instant, knocking me into the stacks of shelving. Looking up from the floor where I have landed, I face away from the two angels who are arguing heatedly about what I have just revealed. Gingerly putting my shaking fingers to my cheek, it aches, just like in my nightmares. Movement in the corner of the store catches my attention. Turning, I see several people huddling there. Horror and bewilderment mar their faces. They are pale and clinging to one another, so I motion for them to run. I don't think that the angels will pursue them, now that they have me, but I realize after seeing the terror on the face of the girl with the piercing in her brow, that she is the clerk whose torso I had spotted earlier. It will make no difference if they run now, because they are already dead. I have to turn away from their faces. I've failed them. I failed to realize that Freddie would be the one to perpetrate this crime, and now they are all just souls, helplessly trapped here with me. I think that I might go insane in a moment. The fear that has numbed me before is now driving me slowly crazy. Crawling on my hands and knees away from the souls, I try to get to Russell. I don't get far. Freddie's hand on my shoulder lifts me up, dangling me above the ground before him. Rage twists his face as he sneers at me before throwing me effortlessly backward into the glass door of a refrigerator at the back of the store. Something in one of my wings snaps on impact while the glass cracks like a spider's web. Sliding to the floor in a heap, I lie there for a moment, entirely still, until my lungs decompress. Wheezing out a cough, I try desperately to get air back into me. Walking in front of my line of sight, Freddie squats down, bringing his face to where my cheek rests against the floor. "You know," he growls, "I think I've changed my mind, Evie. I think I'll just go ahead and kill Russell, and then I'll beat the soul out of you. You'll give it to me if you're in enough pain. It really doesn't matter to me how I get it," he says as his wings buzz in agitation. I want to beg him not to hurt us, but all I can do is groan. Grasping me by the arm, he drags me effortlessly across the floor, back toward the coffee machines where Russell is. My body leaves a clean path on the floor, mopping up all of the debris as he sweeps me over it. Coming to rest right next to Russell's body, Freddie drops my arm, and it sprawls out limply. I can't move yet to see Russell next to me, so I watch Gaspard in front of me. He is extremely agitated. He has sprouted dove-gray wings. They're long and powerful. He is pacing the floor with supernatural speed, and every now and then he pauses to run his hand through his black hair. He seems like he is torn about something. Maybe he is afraid there isn't going to be much of me left to play with once Freddie is done with me. Maybe that's a good thing, I think to myself. Walking over to the counter by the cash register, Freddie picks up a velvet cloth lying on it. The cloth contains several tools and a few knives. Selecting a thin, sharp knife with a bone-colored handle, he throws the rest aside. Stepping between my body and Russell's body, Freddie crouches down, showing me the blade of the knife in his hand. Putting his finger to his lips, he giggles before his face twists in a sneer. Then he turns the knife, plunging it into Russell's thigh. All of the blood drains from my face, and tears brighten my eyes as a hoarse scream tears from Russell's throat. "No, Freddie, stop! I'll do anything you want. I'll give you anything you want. Just stop, please. Stop!" I beg him in a wheeze. "Oh, I know you will. This is just for fun," he says, pulling the knife out of Russell's thigh and wiping the blade on my silk top. "Son of a... Lord, that sucks. I'm gonna kill your Freddie. I promise you, I will kill you. I'm gonna squash you like the bug you are." Russell shouts and then groans, writhing in pain next to me. Turning over towards Russell, I can only imagine what a shock it will be to him to see me. I am covered in blood, and my red wings are exposed. When Russell notices me, he freezes, and all of the blood drains from his face. "Ah, shoot, Red! What are you doing here?" he yells at me, holding his thigh. Then, closing his eyes, he says, "I told you to leave. I told you to go and to never come back. I wanted to save you. I didn't save you. Balling his hands and fists, he brings them to his forehead. Russell, what? No. You've got it wrong. Freddie is here for me. He wants something I have, I say, searching his face. He's going to let you go when I give it to him. Aren't you, Freddie? Freddie's smile is angelic as he says, That's right, Evie. Just give it to me and Russell can go. Russell pulls his fists from his eyes. What's he want, Red? Russell asks between panting breaths, trying to control the pain in his leg. He is looking at me now like he is seeing me for the first time, which makes sense, since he has never seen my wings before this moment. I am cognizant enough to realize that this is the last moment I will ever get to spend with Russell. This is the image of me that he will carry with him for the rest of his life. Nothing that I'm not willing to give him, right, Freddie? I say in a soft tone, making sure that Freddie knows I am going to go along with his plan, so that he won't continue to hurt Russell. I just want to make sure that Freddie will honor his part of the bargain when I give him what he wants. Russell's expression turns desperate as he asks, Red, what does he want? I don't answer him. Finding his hand, I hold it in mine. Freddie frowns, saying, Evie, you ought to tell him, since it involves him. You see, Russell, Evie is the most extraordinary being we've ever seen. She's an angel who possesses a human soul. A half-breed. She said she'll give me her soul if I agree not to kill her soulmate, which is you. She can be assured that I won't be able to kill you after she gives me her soul because I will have to try really hard not to sin so I can get back into paradise. But the really interesting part comes after I take her soul from her. Will we then be soulmates, you and I? I hope so. I can't wait to bump into you in your next life. Won't that be fun? Red, if you give your soul to that devil, I'll never forgive you. Never. I'd rather die now than be saddled with him forever. Russell spits out. You make me attracted to him and... Ugh! Don't you do it! He pleads with me. Shh, Russell, it will be okay. I'm positive that you'll never be attracted to Freddie, since he's a sadistic creep. He'll mess up sooner or later, and then he'll be sent back to Sheol. You'll be okay, I reason in a soothing tone. What happens to her if she gives you her soul? Russell asks Freddie in despair. Freddie's brow wrinkles. I don't know for sure, but I think she'll hang around for a while, waiting, as her body dies slowly, and then she'll probably go into the dark alone. I suspect that Gaspard will hasten the darkness, since he's super violent, Freddie says, sounding giddy as he explains. He is getting what he wants, and it is making him euphoric. Gaspard, showing relief over this pronouncement, slows his pacing to grin in delight. Red, come on. You can't do this. It's wrong, and you know it, he pleads with me. What am I going to do here without you anyway? You can't do it. You just can't. I can't watch him kill you, Russell. You have to live, I say, squeezing his hand in mine when I see the pain and fear in his brown eyes. Russell's voice cracks as he says, I can't watch you die either. Freddie snarls in disgust next to us. Okay, this is making me want to puke. I'm ready for my soul now. Just don't resist me and I'll take care of the rest, Freddie says, gripping the handle of the knife and straddling my thighs so that I can't move beneath him. Freddie speaks in angel. His voice is so musical that it's calming me, lulling me as I stare up at him. Closing his eyes, he concentrates hard, making arching symbols in the air with his knife. A pulling sensation erupts in the core of my body when he draws the knife over me, inches from my flesh. As his knife passes downward again, my eyes widen, and a harrowing gasp comes from me. Clutching my chest, I attempt to hold myself together while something tears inside of me. But it is no use. I am ripping apart from the inside out.
Alfred, you stupid, evil parasite. Get off of Evie before I knock your nasty head off of your shoulders,
Brownie calls from the doorway of the store. Inching in the door, Brownie growls as she sizes up Gaspard, who has stilled his pacing and is crouching to attack. "Sweetie, you can't give Alfred your soul. He will ruin paradise," Buns chimes in, coming to stand next to Brownie. With her eyes never leaving Gaspard, she hands something to Brownie. It is a stick that resembles field hockey equipment, but it is crafted of shiny gold metal with a deadly blade curving wickedly at the end. I'm not sure if I gasped from the pain in my chest or from the shock of seeing Brownie and Buns with butterfly wings. Buns looks just like a fairy. She has delicate-looking golden butterfly wings that shimmer in the fluorescent lighting. Brownie's wings are more bronze with bold russet accents. Their wings float effortlessly as their eyes hone in on Gaspard in front of them. Momentarily distracted from his task, Freddie loses some focus, allowing me to breathe again. Swallowing deep, heavy gulps of air, I crane my neck to better see what is happening. The girls are fanning out, both eyeing Gaspard, looking for a weakness in his defenses. I notice their subtle signal to each other just before they attack Gaspard in synchronization. Seeing that the girls have distracted Freddie, Russell wastes no time. He sits up quickly. Pulling his arm back, he punches Freddie in the face using all of his strength. Freddie hardly moves at all when Russell hits him, proving to us both just how much of an angel Freddie really is. Scowling blackly at Russell for just an instant, Freddie takes his bony knife and plunges it into Russell's chest. It makes a sickening, sucking sound as he twists it a couple of times before pulling it back out. Russell's blood instantly gushes from the wound, wetting his shirt in a ring of scarlet. "Ouch," Freddie chuckles, watching Russell with amusement. Russell puts one hand to his chest briefly, looking down at the gaping hole that Freddie's knife had made, and then he slumps back on one elbow. He can't hold himself up for long. Collapsing to the floor, he lies staring at the ceiling, panting in pain and shock. Horror and rage spur me, and I sit up instantly, grabbing the knife from Freddie's hand. Turning the handle of the wicked sharp blade, I plunge it into Freddie's side, knocking him back off of me in one fluid movement. "Ouch!" he shouts for real this time, as the slice I made in his side bleeds in earnest. "You stabbed me, Evie!" he snaps incredulously, glowering at his side, and then at me. I don't reply. Getting to my knees, I swing the knife again, trying to cut him, trying to make sure he stays back. Instantly, he scuttles away from me out of my reach. I will have to try to get up if I want to stab him again, and I am not sure I can do it. The noises behind us are growing wilder. Buns and Brownie are taking turns carving little pieces out of Gaspard and then dancing away before he can return the favor. I can't give their fight much of my attention, focusing instead on Freddie in front of me. "You can't win, Evie, no matter what you do. One of us is going to kill you sooner or later. You may as well give me your soul now, since I can purify it. Otherwise you die with that soul, and you're going straight to Sheol because it's pure evil." He smiles at me. "Give me the knife and I'll spare you that. I'll spare you the fires of hell," he says soothingly, holding out his hand for the knife. My determination falters while my eyes well up with tears. I shake my head to clear my thoughts. "My soul is evil? I'm from hell?" I ask him, staring into his eyes. Freddie smiles at me, nodding. Slowly, I draw the knife up and begin to hand it to him. At the last second, I turn the blade on him, scoring it over the palm and drawing his blood from a deep wound. I shiver, watching the blood drip down his arm while he cradles his hand to his chest. "You're a liar, Alfred. I'm not going to trust you." "That was a mistake, Evie. I'm going to bring you so much pain you'll beg me to take your soul," he promises evenly as bitterness seeps into his tone. "Don't, Freddie," I beg with my voice shaking. "You can just leave. Please, leave us alone." Holding the knife tight in my hand, I swipe it at him in desperation, but he is no longer listening to me. He is watching the fight behind me between Gaspard and the girls. The frown on his face tells me what I want to know. Gaspard is losing. Glancing over at Russell, Freddie smirks. You lose, Evie. Your soulmate is dying. Sucks to be human. I'll be back when it's your turn. He snarls quickly. Then, in the time it takes me to exhale, he circumvents the girls and Gaspard and is gone from the store. Hearing Russell gasping, I turn back to see his still body lying on the floor. Crawling on my hands and knees to his side, I clutch the knife in a death grip. Russell's face is pale as I put my hand on his cheek. He looks at me then. His brown eyes are dilated so that most of the brown is obscured by the blackness of his pupils. Russell! I say in misery, dropping the knife and searching for his hand. Finding it, I squeeze it firmly. He coughs and blood runs from his mouth. Alfred is right. Russell's dying. Please don't die, Russell, I beg. Please. Hot tears slide from my eyes down my cheeks as I panic, looking around for something that I can do to help him. I put my hand on his wound, trying to staunch the flow of blood as it pumps out of him. God, please help me, I beg in my mind. All of the fluorescent lights in the building flicker as my hand on Russell's wound begins to heat up and glow. It is as if my hand is being lit from inside of me. Crying out in agony, I try to pull my hand away from Russell because the intense heat is turning to fire. We are both burning from the searing inferno of energy pulsing out of me. Screaming in pain, I can't lift my hand from him. We are welded together like scalding hot metal. Other pain registers in my mind too. A throbbing ache, building in my thigh, finally breaks over me in a crescendo of pain. Putting my other hand to my thigh, I attempt to ease the white-hot ache. A sob twists from me before my chest breaks open, and I sag to the floor. Feeling something warm and wet pooling on my stomach, I look down listlessly. A growing blotch of red spreads over my blouse as my blood seeps out from my chest. The heat in my hand lessens, but I hardly realize it because of the stabbing pain near my heart. Tasting blood in my mouth, blackness obscures my vision. Waves of energy are flowing out of me to slip away into the air, like the scent of a flower drifting in the breeze. I can rest now. So tired, I think, as I begin to float away. You promised me, a whispering voice says in my mind, its tone caressing me. Light dances in my eyes as I try very hard to see the lovely one speaking to me in such a graceful voice. Images fracture and obscure as colors meander and bleed together in a distorted kaleidoscope of pain. The darkness is so cool, soothing. It floats and sways around me, wrapping me in a blanket of nothingness, away from the pain that torments me. Fight, the voice whispers to me, but it no longer sounds lovely. It sounds taut and filled with an urgency that I don't understand. I have to find him, tell him not to be sad. As I struggle, the darkness recedes. Searing, ragged pain replaces it, making me want to go back into the darkness. I can't find him, I think, disoriented. Trying to move my ear closer to his voice, my head lolls as I search for him. Reed's voice sounds broken, hushed, speaking to me in angel, compelling me to find him. Another voice interrupts the steady stream of musical words that have me clinging to the clouds they create in my mind. It is a deep, commanding voice that I think I recognize, but I just can't think. Reed, the commanding voice says, you have to let us help. We have to stop the bleeding. Another, much softer voice adds, Sweetie, give Evie to Z. He's going to bind her wounds so that you can move her. We'll give her right back to you, it says plaintively. My heart races painfully. Sweetie, here. You can put her down here, and then you can hold her hand. A low, growling snarl rumbles from Reed. Don't touch her.
Sweetie, please,
comes the soft voice. A moment passes, and then every cell in my body begins objecting to the fact that I am being moved. The commanding voice says, "You can hold her hand while I wrap her chest." I think I cry out as sheer pain collapses in on me like an avalanche of snow, covering me beneath its depths, and I surrender to it. Chapter 20. Revelations. My head hurts. No, scratch that. My entire body hurts. Even my eyelashes are aching, I think, struggling to open my eyes. The light in the room is dim, but it feels blinding, bringing tears to my eyes. The white curtains, hanging in my room in Reed's house, are closed, so I shouldn't have this problem. I gaze around in confusion because this doesn't resemble the room I've been staying in for the last few weeks. It has hospital equipment in it. There are carts in here with machinery that I can't even begin to name. Noticing an IV stand next to my bed, my eyes follow the plastic tubing down to my wrist, where it is sticking out of my hand uncomfortably. I want to pull it out, but I am distracted from the discomfort by the angry, whispering voices just outside my door. "You need to let the humans go home now. Her fever has broken. You cannot persuade them to stay any longer," Zephyr whispers tensely. Reed's voice, barely more than a growl, whispers, "I will tell the nurses to go, but I am keeping the doctor." "He is not necessary." Zephyr begins to argue again, but Reed cuts him off. "I will persuade the doctor into thinking that he has been at a medical conference when this is all over," Reed argues in a low tone. I am not sure what they are talking about, but it doesn't sound good. And Reed doesn't sound right either. He sounds irritable and unreasonable, which is not what is abnormal. What I find abnormal is that he sounds desperately so. Zephyr starts to argue further, whispering harshly, "It is an unnecessary risk for them to remain." Feeling anxious about their argument, I say feebly, "Z, leave Reed alone. He doesn't sound right." But it is my voice that doesn't sound right. It sounds weak and raspy. Am I sick? I wonder, not understanding what is going on. There is a quiet pause from the hall, and then the door of my room crashes open. Instantly, Reed is in front of me. Smiling at him cautiously, I am overwhelmed by how he can look so good when he looks so bad. Although he is still breathtakingly handsome, he is uncharacteristically disheveled. His clothes are wrinkled, and his hair is tousled. He also looks like he hasn't slept in days. He is pale and drawn. "Hi," I say in a croak that doesn't sound like me. He doesn't say anything, so I ask, "Are you okay?" Staring at me, Reed does not respond to my question either as his eyes search my face. "Here, sit down next to me," I manage to say with my gravelly voice, patting the empty space beside me on the large bed. He crawls up on the bed next to me, snuggling in close to my side. Resting his head on my pillow, his hair falls down over his eyebrow, so I lift my hand to his brow to brush it back from his face. My arm feels heavy, and I am having trouble keeping it from falling listlessly back onto the bed. "What's wrong with me?" I ask Reed warily. Tight, grim lines form at the corners of Reed's mouth. "You have been ill," Reed replies in a hushed tone, his voice trailing off. My eyebrows rise. "I have? Huh. Have you been sick too?" I ask him sympathetically, because he looks really tired. He nods at my question, and when I put my hand on his cheek, he turns his lips to kiss my palm. "Stay here with me. You should rest," I whisper. Reed inhales deeply, closing his eyes tight. I am startled by his reaction to my words. He looks very sad. "Reed, what's wrong?" I ask him, dreading his response. "Nothing is wrong, Evie. You are alive," he replies in a hoarse tone. "Oh," I say, not really getting what he is saying. I must have been very sick. I can hardly move, and my chest feels like someone drilled a hole in it. I inhale a sharp breath. As I bring my hand to my chest, my fingers skim over the oversized white button-down shirt I have on. A flood of reality hits me all at once. I can't breathe. I can't think. I'm panicking. I have to... What? I have to stop him. I have to stop Freddie. He's going to kill Russell. Reed, I whisper urgently, in a voice that is so thin and breathless that I am not even sure he can understand me. Freddie is bad. He wants to hurt me. He wants to hurt Russell. He killed Russell. Oh my God, Reed. I rasp in horror. He killed Russell, and I couldn't. And I tried, but he just wouldn't stop. Reed reaches over, pulling me into his arms. He strokes my hair as he says in a gentle, soothing tone, Russell isn't dead, Evie. You saved him. Weeping against his chest, I shake my head. No, I sob. Freddie stabbed him here, in the chest, I say in denial, touching my own chest and wincing as if I have a wound there. Reed's arms tighten around me. I know. You healed Russell. You took his wounds from him. You took them into your own body. He says the last part angrily, like he doesn't approve at all. My breath hitches in my chest. I healed Russell? That's... How could I have done that? I whisper skeptically, still mourning Russell. Reed's lips brush the top of my head. Evie, how do you even exist? It all makes no sense, but here you are, and Russell is downstairs, and I thought I had lost you. He stops talking then. He just strokes my hair gently as if I am as fragile as glass. After a few moments, he says, You were the conduit to heal him at the very least. It was your hand that touched him, your body that absorbed his wounds. I sniffle. So, Russell's alive? I ask. Yes, he replies. And you think that I healed Russell? I ask, wiping away a tear. Yes, Reed says. And there is a downside in that I had to transfer his wounds to myself? I ask Reed for clarity. He nods briskly. I will say there is a downside, Evie, Reed says. Leaning over, he gently unbuttons my shirt and shows me the brutal-looking scar on my chest. It is right in the same spot that Freddie had stabbed Russell with his knife. The necklace that Reed had given me rests just above it. Reed then pulls back my blanket, showing me the small red scar from a wound in my thigh. It appears to be in the same leg and the same place where Russell had been stabbed. As I touch the scar on my leg, I wince at its tenderness. Russell is really downstairs? I ask him softly. Yes. Do you want me to go and get him for you? He asks with a deflated sigh. I shake my head. No, not yet. I don't want anyone but you right now. I whisper honestly. Is he okay? I ask as Reed tucks the blankets back around me. Reed's reply is stiff. He is better than okay. You healed every wound he ever had. You even straightened out his nose for him. He looks different. I might have to break it for him again. He grumbles, holding me tightly in his arms. Brownie and Buns are downstairs too, he adds in a softer tone. They wouldn't leave you. They are worried about you, so I let them stay here. My eyes widen as I inhale deeply. They're angels. I didn't know they were angels. Why didn't anyone tell me? I ask, astounded by their deception. And their wings! You should see their wings. They look like butterflies, I exclaim. A small smile touches Reed's lips. They are reapers, Reed says, but when he sees fear enter my eyes, he quickly adds, They are not fallen. They both collect souls for paradise. Reapers have different wings from ours. Some are like butterflies, and there are others that look like ladybugs and beetles. Reed starts explaining to reassure me. An ache in my chest makes my voice sound hollow as I murmur, "And some look like dragonflies." Reed frowns. "Yes, until I find Alfred, and then he won't have any wings to speak of," Reed says calmly. A shiver shakes me as I think, Freddie. He isn't Freddie anymore. My Freddie is dead. All that's left is Alfred. Feeling my heart beating heavily in my chest, I ask, "How did Brownie and Buns know that we were there?" If it hadn't been for the girls, I would have been without a soul, and Gaspard would have had a new toy to break. Reed's eyes darken as he frowns. "They weren't aware that you were there at first. They became curious when they felt the souls that had been released by the massacre. Alfred made a mistake when he allowed Gaspard to kill all of those humans. He should have made his lieutenant wait until after he had taken your soul to kill the humans," Reed explains. "But he didn't," I say, feeling sicker as I remember the dead laying strewn on the floor. "No, he didn't." Reed agrees, as his mouth forms a grim line. "Buns and Brownie were there to do their jobs and collect the souls, but then they found you there with Alfred and Gaspard. Apparently, the girls seem to believe that you are their girl, and they did not take it well that Alfred and Gaspard were killing you. Reapers are usually nonviolent." I remember everything now with a clarity that makes me tremble in fear and loathing. I try to tell Reed everything I can remember, and some of what I have to tell him is so difficult for me that my throat burns in pain as if someone is choking me. I have to stop several times so that I can sip some water before I go on. The hardest part is telling Reed that the fallen seraphim know about me and had sent Alfred to watch me. I'm not exactly sure why I feel so much shame in telling him that, but I suspect it is because I am afraid of what it means. If they know that I exist and had sent someone to watch me, not kill me, does it also mean that they had a hand in my very existence? I don't know, and neither does Reed, but the thought makes me nauseous. Reed, seeing worry and pain in my eyes, squeezes me tighter as if he will protect me from my own fears. "I'm very sorry. I should have never let you go out," he says self-effacingly. "I should have known about Alfred. The Reaper is right. I am blind when I'm with you. I can see nothing but you, and that makes me ineffective," Reed says, bringing his hand to his forehead and rubbing it. "Reed, the only reason I've made it this far is because of you," I say incredulously. "If it weren't for you, Sebastian probably would have made a pillow of my bones by now, or whatever it is that those vile things do." I shudder, having seen firsthand what the fallen are capable of doing. "I must be more disciplined in the future. There can be no more mistakes," Reed continues. "I have to find Alfred soon. I've let him go and he could be anywhere by now, but I don't think he will stray too far from you. He will be desperate, if what he said is true about not being able to go back to Sheol a failure. He needs your soul now, more than ever." I twist my hands together as I think of him. "Alfred said that he had a legitimate reason for being here. What do you think he meant by that?" I ask him, because I don't quite understand everything that transpired. My head is beginning to ache, and I want to close my eyes, but I fight the urge. Reed covers my hands in reassurance, saying, "He is a Reaper, just like your friends. They usher the soul to paradise, or if it is damned, then they take it away to the abyss. The angels of death go where they are called. We powers don't pay particular attention to them because, even if they are evil, they are here to do a job that is not disputed." My eyebrows rise. "You're saying that if a human is bad, then someone like Freddie will come to get his soul when he dies?" I ask, and Reed nods. "You are not safe until we find Alfred and destroy him," he says darkly. In a small, panicky voice, I whisper, "That means Russell isn't safe either. We have to protect him, Reed. Alfred knows all about Russell. That's why he used him to get me to go with him to the 7-Eleven. "And you were willing to give away your soul in order to protect Russell," Reed says in a hushed tone of pain. Evie, why? You promised me that you would do everything to survive. I thought I was watching you die. Seeing the raw, aching hurt on Reed's face, I realized something.
You think I chose Russell over you?
I ask him, seeing how it must look to him after all the promises I had made. Didn't you? He replies with a quiet kind of bitterness that runs deep. I shake my head. No, never. I will never want anything as much as I want you. I will never love anything as much as I love you, I say passionately. Then why did you do it? He asks in bewilderment.
Because I had to, and I hoped that one day you would forgive me for it,
I whisper, and I begin to cry again because I know that I've hurt him badly. Then you are still mine? He asks me searchingly.
That is never in dispute. I will always be yours.
I wipe at the tears on my face.
I'm so sorry.
I cry harder. Shh, my brave girl. My love, you have to rest now, or you will make yourself sicker, Reed whispers comfortingly. He pulls me closer, drying my tears with the corner of my sheet.
I'll make it up to you. I'll make you so happy that you'll have to forgive me eventually,
I whisper hoarsely, trying to ease the ache in my chest. You don't need to be forgiven for anything. And I am happy. You are alive, and you love me.
Reed,
I say. Evie, he says back, the way I used to do to him when we argued, before I knew he was an angel. He smiles at me. My eyes droop, and I know that I am falling asleep.
Don't leave. You look very tired. You need to rest. Sleep here with me, okay?
Sleep, love, Reed says, and because I can't fight it anymore, I obey. Why didn't anybody tell me I missed finals? I'm going to lose my scholarship, I say, panicking and attempting to get out of bed. I feel a restraining hand on my shoulder, holding me down. Reed, sitting next to me, is apparently ready for me to freak out over the news that I've been in bed for, not days, but weeks. I have missed my finals and we are well into the winter break, fast approaching Christmas. From the armchair next to my bed, Buns says,
Sweetie, we took care of it for you. I wrote a letter to the administration stating that you'd been very sick. When you're better, they'll let you take your exams.
Brownie, standing by the window, chimes in.
I'll help you study for your art history exam, since I've met several of the artists you're studying.
My eyes must be really wide because she laughs at my expression. And I will help you with your history of Western civilization exam, Zephyr says firmly. Buns gives him a skeptical smile.
Do you really think that's a good idea, Z?
Buns asks. Of course, Zephyr says, frowning. Why would I be a bad choice to help her?
Sweetie, you have a slightly different perspective on history than the humans do,
Buns tries to say gently. I see she is trying very hard not to smirk so Zephyr will not be offended. Zephyr growls from the corner of the room before he crosses his arms over his chest and leans up against the wall, looking sullen. I will be correct with my facts. It's not my fault if the humans get it wrong in their history recordings. I should know because I was there. I sigh tiredly, rubbing my forehead. Oh, there is so much to do. I don't even know where my books are, I say unhappily. I have to do well or I'll lose my scholarship.
Sweetie, you have an angel's brain. This won't be that hard, Buns remarks. But even if you didn't do well, you wouldn't lose your scholarship. Reed is the benefactor of your scholarship fund, and I doubt he'd let them take it from you.
Dropping my hand from my forehead, my eyebrows rise. What? I ask her, and then glare at Reed accusingly. You mean you could have yanked my scholarship at any time and sent me packing? I ask him incredulously. Yes, but that would have been rude. He smiles at me sweetly. How close did you come to doing it? I ask, not fooled for a minute. I filled out the paperwork, but then I talked to you at registration and I couldn't go through with it, he replies, grasping my hand and kissing the back of it. Abruptly, several thoughts occur to me. Oh my gosh, Uncle Jim. What in the world am I going to tell him? Has he called? Does he know that I was sick? What happened to the people at the 7-Eleven? Are the police involved? Where's Russell? Did he miss finals too? You didn't let him go home, did you? He can't go home. Alfred is still out there. I have to get dressed. I have to call my uncle. I say in rapid succession as questions whirl around in my brain.
Brownie and I took care of the souls. They're safe now. You don't have to worry about them, sweetie.
Bun says simply, watching me close. I don't know how I know that something is really wrong, but I do. You're not telling me something, I say, beginning to feel paranoid as I look at their faces, which are suddenly turning grave. Where's Russell? I ask them.
He's downstairs in the library, I think, sweetie.
Bun says in a gentle tone.
We wanted to talk to you first, before you talk to Russell.
A disquieting chill trickles over my skin, raising goosebumps on my arms. Slipping to the edge of the bed, I put my feet on the floor. I feel so weak, I think. I no longer have an IV. Reed had persuaded a cardiac specialist and several members of his staff to come and take care of me when I was first injured. Then he erased every memory of them ever being here from their minds. They are gone now because I am getting better. Glancing at Buns again, her expression has changed from forced cheerfulness to an ancient stoic mien. With graceful simplicity, she begins.
Your Uncle Jim, his soul, I am told, is the purest, most gentle and kind that the Reaper who had the honor of transitioning him had ever beheld.
My heart contorts and my throat constricts tight. No, don't tell me, Buns. I don't want to know. Please don't tell me, I whisper, standing up and trying to take a step toward the bathroom door. I have to get away from them. I can't hear whatever they are all here to tell me. A gentle breeze touches my legs, and then Reed lifts me in his arms. Evie, you have to forgive me. I was so focused on you, on keeping you alive, that nothing else seemed important. Tears blind me. Don't tell me, Reed, I say in a tight voice, putting my finger to his mouth to hush him.
Evie,
Bun says with a note of guilt.
We thought that Alfred would run and hide from us in the deepest hole he could find. We didn't suspect. We went there, to your uncle's house, but it was too late. Alfred must have gone straight there, so we probably couldn't have stopped him, even if we knew.
Buns trails off. No, Buns! I scream at her angrily, wiggling and fighting for Reed to put me down. He does, but only because he probably thinks I would hurt myself, not because it has any effect on him whatsoever. Limping to the bathroom, I close the door. Looking around for somewhere to hide, I choose the shower, shuffling feebly across the floor to it. I turn it on, stepping in with Reed's white button-down shirt still on me. I let the water wash away the tears that I feel will never end. I lean up against the wall of the shower, but I can't hold myself up anymore, so I slide down the wall to the floor. My poor Uncle Jim. What did he do to you? My mind cries in anguish so overwhelming and intense, it makes the pain I had endured to this point seem like nothing. Alfred had promised to bring me so much pain that I would beg him to take my soul. He is delivering on that promise. I would have given my soul to save Uncle Jim, but he hadn't given me the option. The door of the shower opens. Reed turns off the water before picking me up off the wet floor. He cradles me in his arms. He's dead? I ask in an anguished whisper, but I already know the answer. Yes, Reed answers, not giving me any details. Walking to the vanity, he sits me down on the counter. He wraps a thick, warm robe around me. Funeral? I ask in a hushed tone, because this had happened almost 3 weeks ago. I sag against Reed, limply. There was one. The Reapers made the arrangements. You were too sick to go. It wouldn't have been a good idea for you to be there anyway because of Alfred. We can go there, to the cemetery, when it's safe," he says quietly, smoothing my wet hair away from my face. "Did the police investigate?" I ask him numbly. It is strange how my brain still works, even when I feel dead inside. Reed finishes tying the belt on the robe before lifting me off the counter. He carries me back into the bedroom to my bed. Everyone had gone back downstairs, so we are alone. "Yes, they came here to speak to you, but they believed that you had been in a car accident. Z and I destroyed your car. I will buy you another one. We needed to make it look like that is how you got hurt," he says. "The police, investigating your uncle's murder, believe that he was probably killed by one of the angry spouses that your uncle investigated." "Why do they think that?" I ask him quietly. Reed's brows draw together in concern as he reluctantly says, "They think that because of the violence employed in the crime." "How did he die?" I ask as I hold my breath, waiting for Reed's response. Reed doesn't say anything at first, until I turn and look at his eyes. "Badly," Reed replies, not saying any more. I nod my head, acknowledging what he is telling me. He is saying that I don't want to know, and I believe him. He nudges me to lie in the bed, covering me with the blankets. I should have given him what he wanted. I shouldn't have resisted. Why did I resist? I whisper wretchedly. "No, Evie, don't say that. I will take care of it. Alfred doesn't understand what pain is. Not yet, but he will. I promise you," Reed says. "I will define the word suffering for him." Reed's words are meant to comfort me, but avenging my uncle hardly matters to me at this moment. Uncle Jim is dead, and nothing will change that fact, not even Alfred's pain. I close my eyes. I want nothing more than to go to sleep and never wake up. Tears run down my cheeks again, but I am too tired to wipe them away. I awaken to find someone holding my hand, and I look over to see Russell staring at me sadly from a chair he had pulled up to my bed. "Hey, there you are, Red," he says with a softening of his eyes as he bends over my hand, placing a kiss upon it. "Russell, are you okay?" I ask him groggily, trying to sit up in bed. I still feel weak, but I don't want him to see that. He notices anyway, and he gently helps me to sit up. Looking him over to see if he has any outward injuries, he looks to be in perfect health. "I'm sorry, Red," Russell says bluntly, peering down at my small hand and his enormous one. "I tried to make you go away. I'd been having these nightmares for days about the 7-Eleven. I knew something bad was going to happen, and I didn't want you involved, so I tried to make you go away. But you're stubborn, and I should have known you would never give up on me," he says, looking up at my eyes again and grimacing. "I didn't understand what was happening." "You were having dreams? Just like I was?" I ask him, stunned. "I wouldn't say just like you, 'cause I was never hit by a light or given a necklace in my nightmares," he states emphatically, and I realize that Reed or someone had filled Russell in on some of the details that he was kept in the dark about before now. "You should never have gone with Freddie. You should have gone for help. Found Zephyr," he says, scolding me while he shakes his head. "Russell, I had to go. You're my soulmate," I say plainly, and I know that he understands what I am saying because I'm his soulmate too. "Yeah, I am. So you know how I feel about you trying to give up your soul for me. Don't you ever do anything like that again. Do you understand?" he says with heat in his tone. I can feel my face paling. "Russell, Alfred is still out there. He still wants my soul, so you aren't safe until we get him," I say with urgency. Russell's shoulders hunch a little as his eyebrows draw together. "Yeah, I know, Red. My family isn't safe while he's out there either. Reed is taking precautions to have my family protected. Russell replies. Buns and Brownie are going to go with me to my house for Christmas. I can't go home alone. I need them to be my bodyguards. Russell says. There is something different about him, and I am trying really hard to figure out what it is. His frown lifts a little. I can't wait to see my family. I miss them so much, he says, and then he looks at me quickly as if he had said something totally inappropriate. I know that he is thinking about my uncle, and I try really hard not to let any tears form in my eyes. I bet they miss you too, I murmur, proud of myself for not choking on the words. Russell, trying hard to be cheerful, says, I don't know how I'm going to explain to my family about my nose, Russell says, smiling at me. He turns his head slightly to the side so that I can see his straight nose more clearly from another angle. It looks perfect. In fact, Russell looks more handsome than even a straight nose can account for. There are other, subtler changes in him that I am beginning to distinguish too. You know, I never did figure it out what you are, until I saw that angel with the white wings in the 7-Eleven. I didn't know that there are bad angels. Bad angels? Isn't that what they call an oxymoron? He asks me sadly, and I nod at him, understanding fully what he is saying. What they did in there, to those people. Seeing him shudder, I squeeze his hand tight because I can't speak. Well, I'm relieved to know that not all of them are like that. Just the fallen ones. He knows, I think. They must have told him everything. I am surprised they told him because of the rules. I'm sorry, Russell. Alfred only had to observe us together to know that you are my soulmate, and he hurt you because of it. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't stop him. I'm so sorry, I say, putting my forehead on top of our clasped hands as they rest on the bed next to me. Red, didn't you hear anything I've been saying? I'm sorry, 'cause maybe if I'd figured all this out sooner, then that devil wouldn't have gotten you and nearly killed you, he replies, sounding sick with remorse and grief. I'm gonna take care of it, though. I'm gonna find that little evil insect and I'm gonna exterminate him. Looking up at him, I am surprised by how adamant he sounds. Russell, what are you talking about? He's an angel, and you are human. You're no match for him, I say as a warning. Z said he'll train me when I'm ready, and then we'll hunt the little maggot down and send him into the dark like he'd have sent you, Russell says, gritting his teeth in anticipation of that day. Confusion wrinkles my brow. What? I ask him as fear courses through me. Z can't train you. He has to be really careful not to hurt you because he could crush a human like a stick of butter, I explain, trying to reason with him. He can't train me. Yet. You're right. I'm too soft right now, but that won't always be the case. You see, Evie, you changed me when you healed me, Russell says in a quiet voice. He is trying to be gentle in his explanation. Buns thinks that when you took my wounds from me, you gave me back pieces of your own self, too. Sort of fill in the blanks. It did something to me. I'm evolving now. Just like you are, he says sadly as he watches my face for my reaction to what he just said. What did you say? I ask. I still as I stare at him, waiting for him to answer me. I'm telling you that I'm no longer just human, he says plainly. Are you telling me that you're turning into an angel? I ask him in alarm. It looks as if you aren't the only angel with a soul round here anymore, he says stoically. I'm a freak too, he jokes, trying to smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes because it is purely done for my benefit. How do you know? I ask him in desperation, trying to deny what he is saying. I need to find the loophole that will let him out of this downside of my ability. I need to find a way for Russell to be a normal person so that he can have a normal life. Looking at me for a moment, he pulls a pocket knife from his jeans. He releases the blade and then makes a small cut in his thumb. I watch as his blood wells up and drips from his hand. In minutes, it has stopped bleeding, and in 10 minutes, it is almost as if it had never existed. I sit back on my pillow. Then I turn away from him. I can't look at him, at what I've done to him, anymore. I had saved him so that he could be hunted, just as I am hunted, reviled, just as I am reviled, and cursed, just as I am cursed. I have no words to tell you how much I wish. I choke and clench my teeth. How much I regret. I would never have wished this on you. I should have, but I couldn't let you go. Now you will be hunted just like I am. I can't go on. I've brought my destruction upon him, and now there is no going back. I had asked God for help to save Russell's life, but I had not been specific about the means of doing so, nor had I been aware of the consequences he would face because of it. I am not God. I do not know his mind. This is a lesson to me. Red, you didn't do this to me. This is something more than you, he says, and reaching for my chin, he turns my face toward him again. I have a job to do here, just as you have, and I can cry about it, or I can be like my friend and face it bravely, whatever comes. I'd like to think I'm not a coward, so I'll man up, or angel up, whatever, he says ironically. Anyway, you can't turn back the clock on it. It's done, and I think I might eventually enjoy being an angel. I have to say that I'm already enjoying some of the benefits it has brought me. What benefits? I ask him, disbelieving that there are any benefits to being half angel and half human anymore. Well, for one thing, Reed can't persuade me to do anything anymore. Russell smirks. And now, they let me in on all the secrets that you know. Buns thinks I'll have red wings like you, that I'll also be seraphim, which seems to irritate Reed. I'll outrank him in paradise, if we ever get there. Russell, we're kind of mutants. I don't think we'll outrank anything, I say seriously. You know, I thought that I couldn't be more freaked out when I thought y'all were aliens, when I thought you were some kind of alien spawn or something. But this is way stranger than that, he says with some levity. Tell me about it. Try thinking you are the alien spawn, though, and are just waiting around for something to come crawling out of you, I reply, trying to bring my own brand of humor to the conversation. It's no fun being creepy, is it? No, but at least I have you to be creepy with. It should be an interest in eternity, anyway. Can't wait to see what happens next, he says in a thoughtful way. In a casual tone, Reed says, It is quite interesting. And we'll have all of eternity to find out, so maybe we should let Evie rest so that she can get better. As Reed walks into the room, Russell stands. An unpleasant frown forms on Russell's lips. You're right, Russell says in a stiff tone to Reed. Red and me will have all of eternity to talk about it. I just worry about you. I mean, you could get called back to heaven at any time. It's probably about time you had some R&R. Who can say what will happen next? Hearing Reed growl, I see Russell immediately tense and go into a defensive stance, just like an angel would. I wonder briefly if it is an instinct. What's going on? I ask them in surprise regarding their demeanor toward one another. Looking from one to the other, neither one of them answers me for a moment. They just continue to eye each other. Then, Reed says, Nothing, love. I was just checking to see how you are doing. I'm fine. Russell and I were just talking about how creepy we both are, I explain, holding my hand out to him. You are not creepy, he says, sitting down next to me on the bed. Taking my hand, he kisses it lightly. Russell, on the other hand, is up for debate. Reed, I say defensively, don't say that. It's okay, Red, Russell says. I really need to go and pack for my trip home. We moved all of my clothes and stuff here, since I guess this is going to be headquarters from now on until Reed and Z figure out our next move. When are you leaving to go home? I ask him with worry. Tonight, the girls and I have a flight out of Detroit. We'll be back in a couple of weeks. I'll miss you, Red. I wish you could come," Russell says with concern in his expression. "I'll miss you too," I say, but I feel relief that I'm not going. I'd ruin it because I will be mourning my uncle. Even now, I am just barely able to hold the burning ache at bay so that Russell doesn't have to witness my sorrow. "Take care of her," Russell says to Reed in an austere way. "With my life," Reed replies immediately, but it is more of a vow than a retort. Russell walks over to bed, and, leaning down, he places a gentle kiss on my cheek. "I love you, Red," he says. "I love you too, Russell." I smile into his eyes. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," he replies, and turning, he walks from the room, leaving me with Reed. Chapter 21. Winter break. I gain physical strength over the next few days, and I am able to get out of bed and start taking care of myself. My scars fade rapidly, and then they just disappear as if they never existed. If only the emotional scars would heal like that, but I know that I will carry them for as long as my memory can hold them. I think my memory is determined to never forget a single detail of that night, weeks ago, since I have vivid nightmares of it each time I close my eyes to rest. I try to appear normal for Zephyr and Reed, but I don't think I'm fooling either one of them, since they have supernatural hearing, and I cry myself to sleep almost every night. I realize just how hard it had been for Reed while I was ill when I come downstairs for the first time, and I see what he did to the dining room. It is almost empty now, because Reed had smashed just about everything that had been in the room. Zephyr says Reed had made matchsticks out of the table, so they had already disposed of it. The ornate candlesticks that had graced the table are now indistinct hunks of metal, but a few resemble something out of a Dali painting. Reed had bent them in such a way that they appear as if they'd melted. It's partly the reason Reed had terminated his staff, Andre and Greta. After all of the commotion with my recovery, the doctors being here, having to trash my car, and the police showing up, Reed just couldn't keep persuading his staff that things weren't extremely weird around here. He also realized that we would soon have 4 full-blown angels and 2 half-angels in residence, so someone will always be messing up at the wrong time in front of Andre or Greta. He gave them both huge severance checks and found them new positions elsewhere. On Christmas morning, Reed, Z, and I all converge in the library, where Reed and Zephyr both stack armloads of presents in front of me. Wow, guys," I murmur, while nearly buried beneath a mound of gift-wrap packages. "This is very nice and all, but, nobody gets presents like this. It's a little too much." "What do you mean?" Zephyr asks me in a serious tone. I look around again at the towering piles of gifts. "I mean, you're going to spoil me, and then I'll be rotten, and you won't like me anymore," I reply. Zephyr frowns. "You cannot rot," Zephyr replies. "Your physiology is equipped with defensive—" "I don't think she was being literal, Z." Reed interrupts him with a smile. "Never mind," I say under my breath, when I realize they have no idea how over the top this all is. I have to try harder not to ruin their first Christmas with a half-human. I open box after box of extravagant gifts. There are perfumes, a cell phone, iPods, a laptop, shoes, bags, coats, belts, jewelry, makeup, clothing, hair accessories, field hockey equipment, new snow skis and ski boots, snowboards, and that's just what was wrapped. There are other things that couldn't be wrapped, like the new red Range Rover. Reed tries to hide his excitement as he holds my hand and leads me out to the driveway to see the car. "I had to get you a new one after what I did to your car, so it's not really a gift," Reed explains. "Reed, it's a Range Rover, not a used car," I reply, knowing this cost 10 times what my other car was worth, maybe more. "You don't like it?" he asks, trying not to let me see his disappointment. Hurriedly, I say, I never expected that you'd buy me a new car. Thank you, Reed, I say, throwing my arms around him to hide my face in his chest. I am so overwhelmed by all that everyone has given me, I don't know what to do. Reed seems pleased by my reaction. Picking me up off my feet, he gives me a gentle hug that is full of restraint, like he might break me. I like Christmas. This is fun, he says with a smile in his tone as he sets me on my feet again. You know, you don't have to buy me expensive gifts. I just like being here with you, I say as we turn to go back into the house. Evie, most of us have more money than we know what to do with, so it's nothing to either of Z or me to buy you anything you want, he informs me, walking back to the library. Why don't you use your money to, I don't know, cure extreme poverty or something like that, if you have so much of it? I ask him probingly. We sit back down in the library by the tree, and I admire the lights that Reed had strung over it. We can't. It's not allowed. We aren't supposed to tamper with human lives in any way. We can't interfere like that. It would throw things out of balance. Skew them, he says, trying to explain it to me. Oh, I see. Can't go helping the humans, I say with sarcasm. So how are you getting away with giving me all of this? I ask him, spreading my arms to indicate all of the gifts that filled the room. Loophole. You are not entirely human now, are you? He smiles at me winningly, and I smile back. If you can't tamper with humans by giving them money, then how do you get away with being a major contributor to Crestwood? I ask him, and realize that he hasn't taken his eyes off of me all day. I don't give them all of the money myself. I mostly persuade the wealthy to contribute a little money to the school, Reed explains. But isn't that still cheating? I mean, if you persuade them to do it? I ask with a crooked smile. Reed puts his finger to his lips. Shh, no one seems to have noticed yet, he says with a sublime smile. Do you do that too, Z? I ask Zephyr, who was checking out the handheld GPS that Reed had given him. Zephyr's brow wrinkles in confusion. Why would you think I could persuade the humans to do anything? My eyes widen. You can't? But I thought it was a trait that all real angels could do, I say in confusion. Zephyr laughs then at my naivete and says, Reed is the only angel I have ever known to be able to influence humans like he does. Can you imagine if we could all do it? The Fallen would have won for sure, since they would have probably told all the humans to kill each other, and then just collected their souls for Sheol. Game over, they win. No, thankfully, Reed is the only one who can persuade, and he only uses it for good. Well, mostly. I have a feeling that those doctors would disagree, but that was an emergency situation, and we will not worry about that now. He's very unique, then, I say as I watch Reed watching me. Yes, Zephyr says, shrugging. I remember that I have gifts for them, too. Oh, I almost forgot to give you both your presents, I say excitedly as I go to the tree and find the presents I had bought from the internet. I hand them each their wrapped boxes, watching them while they open them. Zephyr smiles wickedly when he opens his first present. It is a Karakara knife. High-carbon stainless steel with black tungsten DLC coating and a titanium handle with carbon fiber. Thank you, Zephyr says, not looking at the packaging, but knowing the weapon by sight alone. I shiver, seeing him wield the knife to test its weight and agility, grateful that he seems to like me now. He opens the next gift, which is a box of Twinkies. What are these? He asks in confusion. Those are Twinkies. They go well with cognac, Reed explains as I muffle a giggle. Zephyr doesn't look convinced, but that doesn't stop him from slicing the box open with his new knife and wickedly dissecting a poor, defenseless Twinkie. Reed opens his first present from me, which are several boxes of frozen mac and cheese, packed in a cooler to keep them from thawing while under the tree. What's that? Zephyr asks in a suspicious tone. It's mac and cheese. Have you ever had it? Reed asks Zephyr. No, he says positively. You haven't lived, Z. Reed says, smiling into my eyes. He opens the next present and looks at me in confusion for a moment. It's my Uncle Jim's class ring. He always used to wear it, and I loved playing with it when I was a little girl. I called my friend Molly and asked her to get it for me from my house and send it here. I want you to have it. You don't have to wear it. It will make me happy to know you have it. I loved him more than anything in the world, and now I love you as much as that, I say, trying really hard not to cry again because it seems as if that is all I ever do anymore. Gathering me in his arms, Reed holds me. Thank you, he whispers in my ear, and then slips the ring on his finger. I don't know how you did it, Evie, but you made us both look stingy, Zephyr says, getting up from his seat and taking his box of Twinkies with him as he leaves us alone in the library. Thank you for all of my presents, I say to Reed, kissing his cheek and feeling his smooth skin beneath my lips. Do you know what I keep thinking about? Reed asks me. No, what? I reply. I keep thinking about how much I enjoy this, he says. Christmas? I murmur, distracted by his seductive lips. Yes, and you being here with me. I have a family now. You and me. He trails off, watching me to see my reaction. My heart beats faster. Me? I ask, feeling a warm sensation wrap around my heart, surprising me. I'm your family? Yes, he says gently, and I will protect my family against anything that threatens it. He brings my hand to his lips, kissing the back of my fingers gently. Just about everything threatens it, I reply with a sad smile. Reed's fingers tighten on mine. Z and I are working on some strategies to change that, Evie, he says in a serious tone. You are? I ask, feeling a small spark of hope grow inside of me. You shouldn't worry. I will take care of you, he says with so much conviction that I feel myself beginning to believe that he can. Concern clouds my eyes. Maybe you shouldn't, I say, wanting to protect him too. Evie, he says my name like a gentle caress. I love you, and I'm not asking for your permission to protect you, he says with a smile. My eyebrow quirks at his arrogance before I say, No, you're not. I guess I'll have to let you then, because I love you too. I guess you will. He grins, too happy to hide it. Slowly, he pulls me to him, brushing his lips gently against mine, and for the first time in weeks, I feel completely safe. This concludes Inescapable by Amy A. Bartol. Narrated by Emily Wu Zeller. Copyright 2011 by Amy A. Bartol. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Amy Bartol, care of Laura Dale Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2013 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free, 877-7-TANTOR, to request a catalog.